All right, we are back with Baldur's Gate Descent into Avernus, session 27. It's been a month, so I had to think about that for a second, but we are back, finally, resuming the campaign. Real life just gets in the way sometimes. So, welcome back. If you're watching on Twitch or YouTube for the first time, just how this works here in the beginning is I'm going to give an overview of the campaign so far. Then we're going to do some character introductions. And after that, we'll have one of the characters recap the events of last session from their character's perspective. Hopefully, they remember what happened after a month. And I'll help fill in the gaps where needed. And then we'll get into some gameplay. So, yeah, let's just get started. So, as a summary, our character started in the holy city of Elturel, in the Western Heartlands. And Elturel was a holy city with a giant artificial sun that hung over the city called the Companion. Our characters went on a mission for some leaders of Elturel and left the city, and on their way back to the city, the Companion grew dark. It crackled with energy, and a giant blast wave emanated from the city. And the next thing they knew, the entire city vanished. Completely gone. Nothing left but a crater in the ground. They found a caravan of refugees on the outskirts of the city in the aftermath, and they helped that caravan get to the nearest city of Baldur's Gate, which was a 10-day trek with that caravan. When they got to Baldur's Gate, they found that the city was under lockdown. Nobody was allowed in or out due to the refugee crisis going on. But luckily, some of our members were members of the Flaming Fist, and they were able to get an audience with Flame Zodge of the Basilisk Gate. And Flame Zodge sent them on a mission to investigate a series of murders that were happening in the outer city. And if they were to complete that investigation to his satisfaction, he would allow them entrance into the city. They were able to do so after finding out some cult activity that was happening in the outer city. And when they were permitted inside to the inner city, Flame Zodge gave them another task of investigating a simultaneous set of murders happening in the inner city, which the group found was directly linked to those murders happening in the outer city. They had a fight with some pirates. They went through a large dungeon crawl after finding a bathhouse and a secret entrance to these cult headquarters under the bathhouse. A bunch of fighting happened. Characters died. They had to retreat from the bathhouse. They found out that one of the dukes of Baldur's Gate was murdered. Then they went back into the bathhouse, were able to kill a bunch of people, and uncovered a large conspiracy happening when they encountered Mortlock Vanthampur, the son of one of the only living dukes, Duke Thalamra Vanthampur. Mortlock, Duke Vanthampur's son, told the party all about his family and how they have cult dealings they have with the cult of the Dead Three, who worship Bane, Baal, and Merkel, and that his family are Zerialites, and they are working with the cult of the Dead Three. He told them that his mother is Duke Thalamra Vanthampur, and that he has two brothers, Amric Vanthampur and Thirstwell Vanthampur. That his brother Amric owns or operates in the Low Lantern, which is a ship turned into a tavern in the lower city, and that his other brother Thirstwell is in Vanthampur Manor, where his mom lives, and that he never really leaves the house, and that his brother Thirstwell also employs a series of imp spies, a network of invisible imp spies, which the group has encountered before, so they think. At the same time, the group has been looking into and investigating the cult of the dragon. One of our characters, Igvis, which is now very public by now, has had some dealings with the cult of the dragon in the past. They kidnapped the family of a departed close friend, and they decided that they were going to make that a priority over the cult of the Dead Three, to investigate the cult of the dragon and Igvis's past. That led them to tumble down outside the city, where they found an inn, and under the inn, they found a series of cave systems that led them to where we are now in the campaign. They fought a bunch of dragon cultists and eventually confronted the leader of the cult of the dragon, so they think, here in Baldur's Gate, Resmir. And I think that was last session, right, where we fought Resmir? Or was it the aftermath?
That was the one before.
That was the one before. Okay, so I was okay saying that. So they fought Resmir. A whole bunch of stuff went down, and then Resmir grabbed one of Igvis's departed friends, family members, and vanished. Vanished before their eyes after putting a good whooping on the party for a bit. And that is where we ended the session before last session. It was right after this big bad fight with Resmir. So we'll get into some more details about what happened last session specifically in a little bit. But first, let's do some character introductions. So Igvis, if you just want to introduce Igvis to the party, tell us a little bit more about him and what he's all about.
Hello, I'm Manny, and I play Igvis. Igvis is a winged tiefling monk and gauntlet of the Flaming Fist. Currently, his goal has been, basically, to protect the family that was mentioned, and we ended up retrieving the mother, but losing the son in the process. And so I am now under the employ of Niall by order of Flame Zodge to help him with his situation.
Perfect. Anarian?
Hi, I'm Jonathan. I'm playing Anarian, who is a Shatterkai druid of the stars. He met the group when they were freed him from a prison inside of a weird tavern of some kind that he'd broken into, or a bathhouse that he'd broken into, and he's just been following him around ever since.
Elias?
I play Elias. He is just a bard following along in search of beautiful music, and that is the story he keeps sticking to, no matter how bad it goes.
And Mariana?
I'm Bees. I play Mariana, a currently shipless pirate who was also hired by Niall to help figure this stuff out, and is kind of just waiting to see what's going to happen.
Great. So those are our characters. We also have Niall and Kel, who are not with us right now. But let's get into the recap of last session. I'm sure you're all itching to do the recap, and that you remember perfectly everything that happened in our last session a month ago. So what I have everybody do is roll a single d20. Whoever rolls the lowest has the honor of recapping last session from their character's perspective. So if everybody wants to go ahead, go do that now, and we'll see who gets that honor. All right. That is a 1. It's going to be really hard to beat that. All right. Mariana, Elias, Anarian. Okay, Anarian, it looks like you are our lucky winner. So if you want to go ahead and recap from your character's perspective the events of last session.
So, from my character's perspective, I stayed up in the room for most of the time, but Igvis left to take the lady that we had found in the cave back to her home and make sure she was safe. Then we waited a long time for him to come back, and we went up and looked at the big pile of gold up in the top room, and we talked about trying to sail down and see if there was anything, sail down the river in that room. And then we came back, and Igvis still hadn't come back yet, and I don't remember why we started to go look for him, I guess, and we made our way down through the caverns, and we found Elias standing in front of a big brick wall. I think Mariana got there first and then called to us, me and Niall. And he was pressing buttons in a weird way, and eventually they figured out how to press the buttons in the right way, and the door opened, and Igvis and a bunch of water came pouring out, and Igvis was quite slightly singed, let's just say. Then we decided to go back and cross over the bridge, which we had been trying to figure out a way across in the session before, and we went back up there, and using a lot of ropes and some really wonderful knot tying by Mariana, we finally made our way across. Igvis carried a couple of us, and Niall, who was a little bit too heavy, and Kale and Elias all walked across the very structurally sound rope bridge. On the other side, we found some more, or a dead cultist. I think she had killed herself, and we found some treasure. We opened 2 chests and found a couple of magic items, which Mariana was able to identify with her sight. And then we made our way back across the bridge. Igvis flew me and Mariana across, and then as Niall was walking, he tripped or the rope snapped. I can't remember exactly how, but he began to fall, and we all tried to help him, but luck was not on his side, and he plummeted down into the depths beyond our view. And that was how we ended the campaign. That's session.
This session, not the campaign. The campaign is still on. But yes, on a very dramatic note, ending with Niall plummeting into the darkness. And that is where we're starting this session. So I'm going to go ahead and switch over here. Let me know when you can all see this. You all see what we're looking at here?
I can.
Okay. So, last session, I still have the game paused, but just quickly to recap this moment right here. You guys had traveled across that rope bridge to get into the back room that you had seen the cultists run into, and previously you had burned up one end of the bridge so that it had snapped and fallen to the other sides to hopefully trap that cultist back there. And when you came back, you jimmy-rigged some rope to kind of pull part of the bridge and bridge the gap, the last 5 to 10 feet of that bridge with just 2 things of rope that you had tied together. You made your way across, making some checks because the rope bridge was really wobbly, swaying side to side. It's not structurally really secure on the one end. And you made it across and into that room, and when you did, the cultist that you found was dead on the ground, and you found a vial of poison. But you found a bunch of other stuff. You came back, and on your way back through the rope, Niall had tripped and fallen over the edge of the rope, and Igvis had reached out to try and grab Niall, but he just slipped through his hands, and at the last moment, Niall threw his backpack back up and onto the bridge, and he just fell, his hand out into the depths beyond your sight. And at this moment, all of you hear, when that happens, a giant thud and splash as something heavy has just hit water deep below. So with that being said, I'm going to unpause. What do you do at that moment?
I believe I said at the end of the last one that the moment he fell off, I was diving after him.
Yes, you did say that. Now, you wouldn't dive at the same speed he'd fall.
No, I'll fall at my move speed, essentially.
Yeah. So you dive after him into the dark as he falls a little faster than you fly down, and you fly down, Ignis, and you see. You have dark vision, right? Ignis does.
Yes.
You see ripples, and it's all black and white for you, but you see ripples in this black liquid is what it looks like to you, just because you only see in black and white, so you don't know what kind of liquid it is specifically, but there are ripples kind of rippling out in a circle, little circles that get bigger and bigger, so something big has made a splash there where you believe Nile to be, and you do not see Nile.
So
Okay.
Mariana is immediately going to yell, Igvis, get me down there.
So I guess I do one round down, hear that, and then turn back up, I suppose, to go get Mariana.
Okay, so you see the ripples, and then you turn up to get Mariana, and you fly back up.
Yeah, and then when I get here, I'll just reach out to grab Mariana's hand and dive with her.
Okay. You are able to do so as you both fly down together, Mariana being held by Ignis. And you fly down to the bottom, and it's the same thing. I mean, those ripples have now slowed a little bit. But you know where the spot is that you think Niall fell into, and he still has not surfaced.
Yeah, as we approach, then I'll just like launch Mariana out the water and be like, right there, and
Yeah, I'll
still
immediately
dive after.
dive in.
Okay. You dive in. So you do that. You dive into the water. Your dark vision is 120 feet. And you're actually able to see the bottom of the water. The floor underneath, which seems to be about right towards the end of your dark vision. And you see Niall's body floating down almost towards the bottom.
So I'm going to start, I'm going to go down to him, making sure there aren't any, giant sharks in the immediate vicinity, and I'm going to start working on the buckles of his plate.
Okay, roll me a perception check.
$16.
Okay. So you do that. You see Niall, and you're able to start working on his plate. It'll take. You're wearing plate armor. I think Niall was wearing plate armor. So it takes you like a minute or two to actually undo the plate if you're going to try to take it off that way. You can kind of cut him out of it and damage the armor if you want to do that.
Oh, yeah. Well, so first... No, I probably wouldn't be able to do that under the water. Would it be plausible to manage to get him a healing potion while we're under there, or would that be too liquid in liquid?
You wouldn't be able to do that
Okay.
because you're underwater.
Then I'll cut off the armor.
Okay.
While she's also doing this, I'm also diving. I can still swim. I'll just be a little slower than her, if that's cool.
Yeah, you can do that. So you're swimming towards them, Ignis. Now, with your dark vision, you can't see them under the water. You know Mariana dove down, but as soon as you get into the water, you don't actually see them wherever they are.
I'm just going to assume he didn't go far and keep going straight down.
Okay, and you'll eventually see her towards the bottom. They're about 100 feet down. And so, Mariana, you managed to cut Niall out of his armor. You have tools to do so. You have weapons. You're able to grab them. You're able to cut what you need to cut. And you now have Niall.
All right, and seeing Igvis, I'm going to motion for him to help me drag him up to the surface.
Yeah, and as soon as I touch Niall, I'm going to immediately spend a key that I didn't know I had until just now.
All right.
And I'll use Hand of Healing to try and heal him from unconsciousness, if anything.
Okay. You use your hand of healing on Nile. Go ahead and roll me your healing.
And seeing Igvis start to do this, Mariana kind of covers Niall's nose and mouth so that when he wakes up, he doesn't inhale instinctively.
Okay. You put your hand of healing on him, Igvis, and he doesn't seem to react to it in any way. His body is still limp in your arms, Mariana. And I mean, you can tell with your dark vision, it looks like he's pretty beat up, specifically his head. So his head seems to be kind of like slightly caved in on his front left side of his forehead, basically, and it looks pretty nasty.
Is he still wearing the helm of dread with his glowing red eyes?
So that would have, when he hit the water, fallen off. But you could grab it if you wanted to.
Yeah, I'm not worried about that.
Neither am
Yeah.
I.
So you can see this basically bash in this dent in his head, where his head looks a bit disfigured at the moment, almost like he was hit with a golf ball in that area.
It's still gonna pull him up to the surface.
Okay. So you pull him up to the surface. You're able to do that, especially with Igvis's help. And you get his head above water. And now you can see even a little bit more clearly his head. It is like a golf ball sized hole in his forehead that is just denting his forehead. And you can see that side, the left side eye, is kind of bulged a little bit from the hole that is in his head. And so that whole face is kind of swollen and disfigured below the eye, and above the eye kind of caved in. And he is motionless.
So quick medicine check just to see if he is literally just dead.
Go ahead and give me a roll.
20.
Yes, he is most certainly dead as you look at him. You surmise with your medicine check that he hit the water head first, and that at that height that he must have fallen, a couple 100 feet, it would be like hitting cement for him. And so you believe that the impact with the water at such a high height is what killed him.
All right, get his body up, and then come grab me.
Yeah, I'll get you in a second. And without the armor, is he light enough for me to carry?
Yes, yeah, his armor has been sunken to the bottom, so you'd be able to carry him up.
Okay, and then I'll make 2 trips and bring Niall up, then drop down for Mariana and bring her back up.
And while he's gone, I'm gonna keep my head under the water, watching out for things.
Okay.
And specifically, I'll drop Niall on this, like down on where Narian's at.
Okay. And you'd be able to do that. And then you would go back and you'd grab Mariana, I think is what you said, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And Mariana, you'd be able to get up as well with Igvis. At this point, Elias and Kel are both still on the other side of the bridge.
Narian's gonna cast summon beast and summon an eagle to fly them across.
Okay.
They have 18 strength and can carry 270 pounds.
Awesome. So you do that, and that eagle is able to get Elias and Kel across. Fantastic. And that lasts up to an hour. Cool. So if you guys want to role play a little bit, tell me what you do. I'm going to make you a eagle token.
Elias is of course going to take a look at Niall.
Okay, I mean, you can take a look at Niall, and you'd be able to tell that he is indeed dead.
That's a wasted 20.
He is indeed dead.
I guess I know what would have killed him in like 10 years anyway, I guess.
Guys, is there any way we can it looks like he's dead. Are there revival spells? Does anyone have a revival spell?
No. Maybe if I could rest I could do it, but I don't think it would be on time.
What about the clerics in Baldur's Gate? Could any of them do it?
But could we roll to see if we know that?
You would know that there are many temples in Baldur's Gate. It is a large city, and that you could definitely find a temple that would have powerful enough magic. But you also know that, you would know this, Elias, just based on your class and history, that such powerful magic, that Niall's soul would need to be willing, and that two, it would come at a very steep cost, a cost that you probably can't afford.
Mariana has gotten up and walked off, but upon hearing Anarian say that, she'd just say, "Yeah, if you want to give up everything you have, he's dead. We should move on."
Isn't there a giant pit full of gold in the other room?
There was a giant pit of gold? Why did nobody mention there was a pit of gold?
So, out of curiosity, would I know if that gold looked like it would be enough to fund that spell?
Oh yeah, for sure.
Oh, it's enough.
Absolutely.
Couldn't we take some of that and maybe get him back to life?
I think we should get out of here. The whole concept of this failed, so if we can go get that gold, we can hopefully bring Niall back. That way it wouldn't be a total waste, but there's nothing else for me here at least.
Yeah, and I hate to leave a whole pit full of gold for these dragon cultists to keep, especially if we can use it to bring Niall back.
How long do you have this eagle for?
An hour.
Okay. Can we have it carry Niall while, I guess, me, Mariana, and Elias go rustle up whatever gold we can get from that pit?
Yeah, of course. And I can summon it again if I need to.
Could we make sure the gold's not cursed, perchance?
What does it matter if we're handing it off to somebody else?
It won't be our problem. Okay. Mariana, after you. You know where it's at, right?
Mariana, can you speak Draconic?
Why?
You got to get through the dragon mouth again.
Yeah, I'll get through it.
I'm assuming we're not leaving Niall's body there, right?
Anarian's staying with him.
I thought Narian was just going to carry him with the eagle.
Oh yeah, I'm going to carry him with the eagle.
Your eagle is small. Small with an 18 strength. That's interesting.
Yeah, it's one of those broken mechanics.
I have a small eagle.
He's small. Trust.
So, how long do we have to revive Niall, out of curiosity?
Well, it would. You would know that it would depend on the type of magic that you're using. There are different levels of power as far as spells are concerned.
Yes.
So, depending on what kind of spell you're trying to get, some require that the body be dead no more than a few seconds, others days.
Elias might know more because he knows the one that could bring someone back within a minute. He just doesn't have it prepared.
Right. So, I mean, yeah, I mean, you know that there's magic that's powerful enough to bring back a creature that, has been dead a century. So I mean, that it all just depends on the type of the power level of the magic, but that it's all in general, resurrection type spells are very powerful magic that if you're going to have somebody else cast it for you, come at a cost.
Yes.
Yeah. Elias, they actually all come with a cost. I think even the quick one costs 200 gold or so. You have to have a diamond.
Igvis, do you have his backpack?
I didn't grab it.
All right, guys. Future reference: I am 100% going to have Revivify every session after this one.
Anybody have an extra pouch, bag, something?
There's these ration barrels in here in the dragon room.
Yeah, there are chests also in the corner. We'll just grab one of those and fill it.
Okay, so you go up to the dragon room, and you go to the giant pit of gold over there. For sure, it is a gigantic pit full of gold. Just too much for you to count in that pit. The size of the pit and how much it's full. And it's down about 40, 50 feet. The top of the gold pile.
Just based on my knowledge in Baldur's Gate, a more powerful healing spell, would I have a general rough idea, like a revival spell? Would I have a rough idea of how much it would actually cost, so I just know how much to grab?
Yeah,
Elias. Go ahead.
It could cost thousands to tens of thousands of gold, depending on the power of the spell.
So Elias is going to give knowledge he has from his class to recommend the cheapest spell that would work.
Well, essentially then, if I know it costs either thousands or tens of thousands, I'm just going to grab as much as we can and fill up all these chests to bring back with us.
Okay, how are you going to get to the gold? What are you going to do to get down there? You're going to just fly down there with the chest? So
I won't fly down there with the chest. I would leave the chest up top and just make trips.
Okay.
Essentially.
As you fly down, Igvis, the rest of you see Igvis disappear into the gold.
He's Scrooge McDuck.
Okay, you good?
Igvis, as you go down, you fly down, you reach out your hand, and it's just air that you end up going through. And the gold disappears from your sight. Everybody else make me a will save. And Igvis, you make me a will save too. But everybody who's watching this can make me a will save.
We are solid on this. Well, half of us.
Yeah, so those are really good rolls besides Igvis. Fitting. So you all watch Igvis basically dive through the gold, and the gold kind of vanishes from the rest of your view, and you just see Igvis kind of flying in midair in what looks to be an empty pit. Igvis, as you kind of reach out your hand towards the gold and you fly into it, your senses are overwhelmed and you feel this deep deep sense of dread. And all of a sudden, your vision fades. And you see yourself before a barren landscape. Comets are coming down from the air in what looks to be a red sky. There's no sun, there's no stars. It is just a red sky of black soot hanging in the air, and the light just seems to come from everywhere. And there is fire raining down from the sky in the sense of these comets. And in your peripheral vision, you can kind of see off in the distance in this barren landscape what looks to be large creatures with giant horns battling each other far in the distance. But as you kind of focus your sight directly in front of you, there's this large black tower, hundreds of feet tall, and you get fixated and focused on that tower as that dread and that fear starts to rise beneath you, and then your vision kind of zooms in to that tower. You were in the distance and you just feel yourself basically zoomed in and pulled up right against that tower, as then you rise up to the top of the tower. And at the top of the tower is this human-like female, and she has gigantic fiery wings and a halo of fire, wielding a long sword. Her eyes are black and dripping with black markings, and she stares at you, and you don't see her mouth move, but you hear her voice in your head. And she says, "You will be my servant. I look forward to seeing you soon." And then you get catapulted back out of this vision as you kind of shake off, and that fear kind of slowly drips away, though you still feel shaken from it. And you're there flying as you look around in an empty pit. No gold in sight.
Can anyone see magic, perchance?
The rest of you, all you saw was Igvis go down into this gold. The gold just disappeared, and Igvis was sitting there flying. And you can kind of see Igvis's head moving around and struggling almost with something invisible, as he's just sitting there flying in the middle of this pit, 40, 50 feet down. And then he comes through. It's only a couple seconds for you guys as you...
Okay, so not fast enough to react.
Right. It's only a couple seconds. He kind of stops in his track. You see him kind of almost convulse and shake a little bit with his head as he's struggling with something, and then he, shrugs it off and comes to.
So is he on the ground now?
He's currently flying in the middle of the pit.
Yeah, so as I'm flying around, I'm just gonna have that happen, shake my head, start panting pretty heavily from the experience, and then get really angry at the fact that the pit is actually empty. And then fly back up and say, "Did anyone else see anything? Anything at all?"
I saw no more gold.
Would Elias know if the gold was an illusion from just his background on this stuff?
You would surmise that the gold was an illusion, just by nature of the fact that it was there and then gone. You would guess that it was an illusion. You might. You can make me an Arcana check if you want to kind of try and confirm that. Whether it was an illusion, whether that gold was teleported somewhere.
4.
Yeah, it would kind of make sense. It's an illusion. It was there and then it wasn't, and gold doesn't just do that, right? It doesn't just vanish before your eyes, physical things and objects. So you would guess maybe it's an illusion, yeah.
I did detect magic on it before, didn't I?
You did?
Did
I wasn't going to tell the group what you found, but you did, and you did.
I couldn't remember
Yes.
It's been so long.
Okay, so yes, when you detected magic, Mariana, would you tell the group your findings as it related to this?
I mean, back at that point, because that was after the fight with Resmir.
Right. So I just told you what you detected during.
Yeah, that probably would some of my actions, but it's too late. It's fine. Whatever.
So, to be clear, then nobody saw the black sky, raining fire, angel with fire wings. None of that.
Yeah, that sounds like a you problem.
It was like I glimpsed into
Um,
hell.
Can I make a heal check on Igvis?
Yeah.
Just to see if he.
Sure. Give me a heal check.
And
Yeah. What are you trying to exactly find out? If he's injured physically in some way?
yeah, Elias is just kind of randomly checking him, seeing if he's okay.
Okay.
Because he did spasm out there.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, he looks healthy physically. I mean, all things considered, I don't think you're at full hit points, right, Igvis?
Nah, I'm down a little bit.
Oh,
But
okay.
generally, I'm fine.
So he's a little physically injured, but looks to be in about the same physical condition that he was when he entered the pit, I should say.
So, are you okay, Igvis?
I'm pretty sure I'm fine, but it felt like I just got a glimpse of hell. Black Ivory Towers, angel with fire wings.
Do either of you two know how to see magic?
What do you mean?
That trick where people can see spells. Do either of you know it?
Like detect magic?
Yeah, that sounds right.
Yeah.
Should we check him out just to be safe?
I suppose.
So are you detecting magic?
On Igvis, yeah, I guess, yeah.
Okay. You would detect magic on Ignis. Ignis, you have magic items on you. So you wouldn't detect anything on Ignis that you haven't detected before using that spell, I would say.
Okay.
If I'm
So,
fine, this is a dead end. Let's get out of here. Let's bring
Well-
Niall.
How much you figure is already in these chests? We already took some.
I think Kel was carrying a chest with like 200 and something gold in it.
would Elias be able to guess how much the specific spell of Raise Dead would cost?
Specifically of Raise Dead?
Yes.
Yes. You would be able to tell that. It would cost about 1,000 gold pieces, at least, depending on where you got it from.
Would he have any connections with either the Church of the Morning Lord or Timora that would help him out here?
You wouldn't have any connections here, no. But, I mean, as a worshiper, you might be able to find a temple or a cleric who might be sympathetic to you specifically because of your worship, but you wouldn't have any specific connections in Baldur's Gate, no.
All right, that makes sense. So we're gonna need about 1,000 gold if we want him back.
That's a cheery way to say that.
So Mariana's gonna kind of like she's looked a little not quite angry, but like between angry and dejected, like this whole time since they brought Niall up. And she's gonna kind of just look at you guys and be like, is he really worth all of this to you? We've known him for what? A few days?
He wanted the same thing I did, which was vengeance for a fallen comrade. I feel like he deserves to at least have that right to complete it.
Well, a lot of people want that.
Elias has magic items that he found, right? Or did he hand those off to Niall?
I think they're in Niall's pack.
Do we
is
have
on the
Niall's
bridge.
pack?
It's on the bridge.
It is on the bridge, which, to kind of like speed it up, you could go and grab pretty easy. You know how to get there, and you could grab the pack and have it with you.
So let's assume that. How much gold was in the chest? Does it look like it's enough to buy the spell?
There was a lot in the chest, and you had already taken some and put into your packs. And
Yeah, Elias is going to try to see if he can get anywhere close to the 1,000 gold in his pack.
I would also grab whatever I could grab as well before I leave.
yeah, you would say that you could. It's probably about 1,000 gold that was in those chests in total, but you know that some of it had been taken by some of the party members before. I think Mariana had taken some, right? And Igvis, I think a couple of you had taken, or Niall had taken some, I think.
Igvis didn't take much. Elias didn't take much, so he's going to fill his bag with whatever's left.
Yeah,
All right.
I think Niall had taken about 400 gold from there.
I also don't think
Alright.
I took any because I was more concerned with the fact that we didn't get
Right.
Resmir than getting money.
Yeah, Niall took about 400 gold from the chest.
All right, so Elias is going to take whatever's left.
All right, Mariana, had you taken gold from the chest too?
She did, but she's not gonna mention it.
All right, but just for my purposes and knowing how much is left, how much did I tell you had ended up taking?
That is a great question.
Do you remember putting on your character sheet about how much?
I have how much gold I have in my character sheet, but I don't remember how much of that I took from there.
I think you had at least 80 or something before it started, if not a little more than that.
Yeah, so let's just say you had 80. So what would that give you from the chest? Round to the nearest 100 for me.
I have 200.
200. So 200, 400. So there's about 400 gold left in those chests.
So Elias is going to grab that. All right, this gets us somewhere. If we sell some of the magic items we got, that might be enough. He's going to say that to Igvis.
Just gather everything at this point. This cult deserves nothing. We'll figure out the logistics when we get back into Baldur's Gate.
I'm gonna message the DM. So
While you're doing that, I'll go with Anarian and Kel to bring Niall's body out.
And what I will mention, Igvis, as well, just as a reminder from last session, when you had come back, you were wandering around the cavern and you had come across that area where, there
A trap
the
occurred?
trap occurred. Before that, you had wandered down a hallway that you hadn't traveled before, where there was a large iron door. In front
Yep,
of you.
I just turned around and walked away because I didn't
Right.
remember.
I just
seeing the
wanted to
door.
remind you that you came across that and that it was not explored.
Right.
Anyway, but
I don't think I would even mention it because it's not a priority to me, to be honest.
Well, but if we go to it, it might have gold.
It might, but I still wouldn't have mentioned it.
Okay. Sounds good.
It could also have more things that could try and kill us.
So what would you like to do?
Wait, maybe I would have mentioned it because the original reason we came down here was one for my thing, and two, there was a missing girl, and we never found the girl, right?
That is
Yeah.
true.
Yeah.
The innkeeper's granddaughter, you had promised to help him, and that is why he was forthcoming with some information that allowed you to even find this place.
Okay. Given that, I might mention it. Like, I know we didn't find the girl on the way back. I found a room with an iron door. I don't know if we should go there, but there's something that we haven't seen yet. She might be there.
Anarian, do you remember her scent?
Did I ever have her sent?
Yeah, remember you roleplayed as a dog and you tracked her down, and that's how we found this place.
You did.
Oh, then I have no idea if I remember her scent. Let me turn into a dog and I can see.
Oh, let's grab. Can you have your bird grab Niall's backpack? I'm hoping that he might have some things to help ease the spell. I've got about 427 with all the chests.
Anarian goes and picks up the backpack and then turns into a dog.
Okay. Sounds good.
I guess I'll lead you to the door. It's on the way out anyway.
Elias is gonna check the backpack to figure out how much gold is in it.
It just turned into a dog, so
There is hundreds of gold in the backpack. You'd have to
So
sit
if I
there
add-
and like count it all up, you know. If
Yeah,
that's what
well-
you're gonna spend your time doing, it would take you some
Can
time.
you make
to
a-
count it all.
Can he make a quick estimate? Like,
You
know.
more than 300.
All right, so he's gonna say that he has
3
about
to 500, maybe in there.
All right, so that would get us to nearly 900. Any magic items or things that look valuable?
There would definitely be magic items in that bag, because you just found magic items
Yes.
that he had put away.
I'll just yell back at Elias. Let's get going.
Indeed.
Okay.
I think maybe we should take his body up to the temple. We can let the Flaming Fist know about the girl that's missing, right?
We can't risk the cult of the dragon getting involved. Elias is gonna be like carrying Niall's body right now.
The bird has Banal's body. I just can't move it. So
Okay. Cool. And Elias is going to be like carrying the bag on his. He's gonna be carrying both bags right now. Would that make him burdened at all?
Both bags. It would definitely be very heavy for Elias with Elias's strength.
Yes. So would I'm asking if he would have like exhaustion or a higher move speed or a lower move speed or anything.
I would say that you're walking with it. I wouldn't. You wouldn't have any like major penalties. No.
Okay.
But it's definitely tough for you to carry all of this and drag it. You're moving a little slower than the rest of the party, but
Well, like I've
Thematically.
lost like maybe 5. So like no move speed consequences.
Yeah, you're
but
not-
I'm
you're-
walking slower.
yeah, you're walking. You're not like sprinting. You're not jogging. You're not hurrying. You're just kind of walking a little slower than the rest of the group. Not enough to mechanically make a difference.
So to be clear, at the moment, we're walking out of this place with Niall's bag, Niall's body, and all the gold we could carry along with some magic items.
That is what it seems like.
And it's been too long since I've actually walked through here. I don't remember where that door was you mentioned.
Yeah. So if you continue going down the hallway, you would make 2 lefts from where you are when you come to the next 2 intersections. And Anarian, would you be going ahead of the group or would you be with them?
No, an Arian's going fast.
Okay.
He's also a dog, so he's just wandering.
All right. As you kind of get there in Arian, where you are, you pick up on a familiar scent.
He goes, arp, 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 and kind of snuggles and kind of brushes his nose with his paws.
This is where
I lost the party, but Elias is in principle with them if anything happens.
All right.
He'd be standing by Mariana, but I presume like a little behind because he's kind of struggling to keep up.
And I roll perception at the door to see if I smell her stronger there.
Here, I'm going to move you, Elias. Give me a second. You made a wrong turn. Go north. Say again, Anarian?
Can I roll perception at the door to see if I smell her through the door?
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, you definitely smell her scent kind of from the door. It's very faint though. It looks like you might be picking up something that is days old, if not longer.
she was here in Arian.
An Arian kind of circles around and spot and kind of digs a little and then kind of scratches at the door.
I'll take that as a yes. Maybe we can get something out of this place. I'll walk up to the door and see if I can open it. Also, is Kel with us? I assume he would probably at least be close.
Yes, Kel would be with you. I just haven't moved his token.
Okay, just wanted to make sure. If you're gonna stay as a dog, I'll open and.
Okay, so you open. So when you open, what you see is this large room, circular room it looks like. And in the northern part of that room, it's completely dark in here. In the northern part of that room looks to be a pool of water. Otherwise, the room is completely bare.
Of course, it's empty.
Anarian, make me a perception check. Also, while you're doing...
Did it have, was it for sight or scent? Because I get advantage if it was for sight or scent.
Yes. Go ahead and roll me with advantage.
was worse.
A 3 and a 1. Impressive.
That is impressive. So a 10. So you do notice, though, something, even with that 10, as Elias comes in with some light, that it seems like there's a skeleton at the bottom of that pool of water.
How old does the skeleton appear to be?
Well, you're not near the water, Elias, but Anarian sees that just because he walked over to the water and he's kind of looking down into it.
Anarian
Elias is gonna check that out.
the dog is going to see bones and have to control himself to not jump in the water and go get the bones.
So, Elias is at the water. Can he make a perception check too?
Yeah, and Ignis, you can make one as well if you would like.
Mariana is also keeping watch at the door.
I think I would just dive in and see like the size of the skeleton. Like, is it a small skeleton? Would I assume it's child size if I do a medicine, maybe?
What does Elias know with his 23?
Give me one moment.
Well, note that he's looking at what's happening in the water, and he's also trying to figure out what happened to that skeleton.
Yes, I'm sorry, just loading a second. Trying to fix the issue. Um, Anarian, give me another perception check as well. Oh, and are you jumping in the water?
Yeah, he's just kind of padding in, trying to resist going and getting the bones.
Okay. Anarian, you also smell an unfamiliar scent coming from the south of the room here in this area.
Anarian turns and points to the south.
You don't see anything, but you smell a strong scent in that area.
Mariana's
growls a
going to
little bit.
detect magic when Anarian does that.
You might still have it up. It lasts like 30 minutes, right?
You detect magic. Ignis,
10
Elias,
minutes.
you also rolled me perception, right?
Yeah.
So, Mariana, you do detect magic coming from that part of the room, and you kind of pinpoint it right here. And it seems to be some sort of enchantment.
Enchantment magic, and she's going to point to the right exact spot.
You also detect illusion.
With her hand, like,
Magic.
resting on her dagger. Okay. Then I'll mention that as well. And she's worried for
I'll
coin in
just
her.
have my
Eli-
staff already.
Then I'm also going to say Elias, because I'm just going to go through a couple things that you guys just made. Ignis, you did not make me a perception, right? I don't see a perception from you.
No, I didn't make a perception, but when
I wanna
anybody
throw
says
a rock.
anything, I'm going to get my staff ready, essentially.
Okay. Elias, you would notice with your perception that there that skeleton in the water isn't lying in the bottom of the water. It's actually seems like it's floating in the middle of the water, motionless. It's incredibly strange. And then as you look there a little closely at it, you see this faint outline of this blob in the water that is not the same as the water. Like something transparent is in the water, and before you can say anything, the in this south corner, this person kind of appears, and out of the water comes this creature, this giant blob of gelatinous mess that seems to reach out and attack you. And I am going to need everybody at this point to roll me initiative.
Is there supposed to be battle music? There's usually battle music.
There is. Can you hear it?
I can hear it.
All right.
Huh.
You might have to adjust your volume a little bit. In game. Boom. So I think we got everybody. Other 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, you know what? I'm missing Cal over here. Cal is with all of you as I literally move him across the entire map. As he pops into view.
And out of view.
Okay, and Kel has his big glowing great sword. All right, cool. So we are going to start this combat round. All right, this person who is down in the south seems to go first. What does this person do?
This mysterious person is going to walk up. Sorry, I'm just running through some things.
And actually, I'm sorry. Let's take that back. You're not up yet. Because this was the surprise round, and none of you noticed this except Elias. So actually, Elias, you're up first. You get to act in the surprise round. So you see this thing lurch out of the water. You see this person appear at the southern end of the room. What do you do?
So first, Elias is going to warn everyone about the cube.
Okay.
Now, let's do Chaotic Elias stuff.
All right. You cast cast Blink. Sounds good. Sounds good. Okay, so you cast Blink. That's your action. You have a bonus action and a move still. Okay, spiritual weapon. Sounds good. You have a spiritual weapon.
And it attacks the cube with an attack of 18. Force damage. Does 18 hit?
An 18 will hit, absolutely. Go ahead and roll me some damage.
The damage was rolled with the first spell cast. It's at 17.
Okay.
Well,
7.
wait. That I would have
Plus-
cast it at second level, not third.
Cast at 3rd level. Okay, so it should be 3d8 plus 4. It only rolled the 1d8, so just roll me 2d8 more.
Well, I'd probably just used it at second level, not third level.
Okay, so just roll me 1d8 more. Just a single d8, because it did only the 1d8 plus 4. That's a good roll. 15. So you do 15 damage to this thing with the spiritual weapon.
And now Elias is gonna back up. And
Very cool.
and I'm gonna try to drag an Aryan with me, actually. Or at least indicate that an Aryan doesn't want to be there.
Okay, you point it out to an Aryan and you back up. Next to this strange person also who just blinked into existence.
And I guess Elias is gonna look at him. I trust you're on our side for this one.
Well, I'm certainly not siding with a cube.
Fair point. Most people who've talked to me for more than an hour would have sided with the cube.
Don't push your luck.
Alright, is that your turn, Elias?
Yeah,
Roll me a d20.
sure. Out of curiosity, and just a raw d20.
Yeah,
Oh, for blank.
Or blank.
I thought I triggered a spell effect. I was scared.
You did trigger a spell effect, your own spell effect. Alright, so he says that to you, strange man, who appeared, strange person, and then he vanishes. You all see Elias vanish as soon as he says that.
Typical clerics, never there when you need them.
He'll tell you he's not.
I'm aware.
No, I passed the turn.
Alright, sounds good. Pass the turn in the game. Marion, you're not up yet. Mariana, you're not up yet. Surprise round still. Gelatinous cube is up. This gelatinous-y thing, I should say, that you have not identified. It moves very slowly. Once I find its actual speed on here. There it is. So it moves here. And it actually moves right above into your space scenario as a dog. I need you to make me a dex saving throw. Okay, that is a 1 plus 2 is 3. So this thing moves over your space scenario, and you just get like plopped into this cube, and you are now stuck in this cube. And as you are, you feel this burning acid all over you as it singes your hair and it burns to high hell. And you are going to take this much acid damage, 14 points of acid damage, and you are engulfed inside this cube.
My dog form vanishes and I turn back into an Aryan.
Okay, and now Anarian is stuck in this cube. And you basically are just motionless in this cube. And you all see kind of the cube run over Anarian and just, like, it's sitting in jello, the dog, that then vanishes, and Anarian is just there motionless in the cube, all wide-eyed. Okay. And that is the cube's turn. Now we go to the top of the round of the normal round. And strange person, you are up.
Moving into the cube space. I'm going to cast Booming Blade.
Booming Blade. All right. Remind me what Booming Blade does. Okay, there we go. So it's an.
I have to make a melee attack first before that damage won't happen unless they decide to
Got it.
move. Okay. I'm also gonna. It's gonna look like I click inflict wounds. It's because it's got the correct modifier for my weapon. I don't know why this one doesn't for some reason.
Okay. So 21 will hit. And so how does this work? What does it look like? What are you doing with what weapon?
So I'm taking out my scimitar. It glows as I swing and hit it with it. Because I'm also going to do sneak attack here because of my swashbuckler technique. So since I'm going to hit, I'll have to do that. But yeah, it'll look like a quick flash of a bunch of magically infused slashes as I kind of run up.
Okay, awesome.
And then, so it does. So the slashing damage is 18, and then the sneak attack damage is 6.
It rolled your sneak attack on
Does it
your,
roll your
on your
sneak attack?
damage.
Oh, okay,
Eight
sweet,
damage.
Yeah.
sweet. Okay, so total damage 18 there.
And then you get 2 more from Booming Blade.
Only if it moves.
No, you get 1d8 if it moves, and then 1d8 added on your damage if you're level 5.
In booming energy until the start of your next turn. If the target willingly moves 5 feet or more before then, the target takes 1d8 thunder damage and the spell ends. So it's if he moves.
Yeah, but read on down where it says at level 5. When the skill
At 5th
as
level, the
it
melee
scales,
attack deals an extra 1d8
1d8
thunder
damage.
to the target on a hit, and the target for moving increases to 2d8. Got it.
Oh, so it does take the extra 1d8 and then 2d8
Okay.
if it moves.
Yeah, so that 1d8 is 4, and your 2d8 roll was a 2. You roll 2 ones on your 2d8. So it'll take 4 extra damage right now. So it takes
that'll be a
18
20
plus 4, 22.
22 damage. And then since I made a swing with my melee weapon, I can move away without provoking attacks of opportunity. So I will do that.
Okay,
To right there.
sounds good. Igvis, you are up.
Seeing that this weird pirate-looking fella seems to be helping us, I'll fly to this position then to try and get whatever advantage I can. I just start swinging at it with my quarterstaff.
Okay. Sounds good. You can do that. You are flanking, so you get advantage.
So 26 to hit,
26 will absolutely hit.
and 20 to hit.
And 20 will also hit. You find that it's
12.
very easy to hit this blob. And as your quarterstaff kind of hits it, it kind of gets stuck for a moment as you then pull it back out. And you can feel like this burning of the wood on the quarterstaff a little bit. But you do your damage, which in this case, I'm sorry, is
12 for the first hit.
12 for the first hit, okay.
8 for the second hit.
Okay.
And I don't think it's a good idea, but I'm still going to take my bonus action to attack another time.
Okay.
Because I don't want this thing to engulf an area. So, kill it fast.
Go ahead and give
With
me
a 12 to hit.
a 12 will hit.
Okay. And an extra 10 on the last hit.
An extra 10. Perfect. All right. That's lots of damage to the cube. And you do notice that your quarterstaff is singeing. There is definitely, it seems to be some damage to your quarterstaff.
Yeah. But I'm not really worried about that. I want to get an area out of that thing.
Yep.
And then with the rest of my movement, I'll, I guess, go back to where I was.
Okay.
And then my turn.
All right, so Elias is going to cast a spell.
So wait for a second. So Elias, on your turn, Blink says something at the start of your turn.
You appear within a space within 10 feet of where you disappear from.
You return to an unoccupied space of your choice that you can see within 10 feet of the space you vanished from. Is available within that range. You appear in the nearest unoccupied space. So choose a space within 10 feet you want to be.
I think you get to choose, actually. It says chosen at random, I thought.
Oh, does it?
Oh, it says of your choice.
It says of your choice.
Elias is going to be 10 feet closer.
Okay. So all of a sudden you guys see Elias blink back into existence here.
All right, and then he is going to cast another spell.
Okay.
Show up. Do you guys see the spell?
Bless.
Bless. Okay, cool. So,
So,
what three creatures?
So, Anarian, Igvis, and Stranger.
Okay. Anarian, Igvis, and Stranger, you are all now blessed. You can roll a d4 and add that to an attack or saving throw. And by the way, the stream does agree with the Stranger. Who would ever want to side with a cube? But you are all now blessed.
To be fair, the stream has seen Elias, so I'm sure they get it.
All right, perfect. So you blink back into existence. You cast Bless. Anything else? You have a bonus action. You can use your
Spirit
movement.
weapon attack.
All right, there you go. Spirit weapon attack. Go ahead and give me an attack roll.
It's 2d8 plus 5, I think.
Well, you have to attack with it first. So you're going to roll a d20 plus your spell attack modifier.
So I'm just going to do a d20 plus 7, which is my...
Yeah, d20 plus 7 if that's your spell attack modifier. So you can roll just a d20 and then we'll add 7. There you go. So 19 will absolutely hit. Go ahead and roll me. It's 2d8 plus 4, I think, your spirit weapon. All right, so that's going to be 10 more damage to this cube from this spirit weapon.
And now let's see if I blink out.
All right, go ahead and roll me a flat d20.
You turned off blink when you did bless.
Blink isn't concentration. He has to use an action to
Huh?
drop it.
Oh, that's
Blink's
cool.
not
I thought it-
concentration.
Blink. I don't think.
Maybe I was looking at the wrong source. I don't know if it's concentration.
No, maybe it
I
must
checked.
be-
I checked too. It's weird.
I will just confirm 2 seconds that it is not concentration.
You're paying attention to that now. Gotta keep up the shenanigans.
Yep. Which, by the way, is yeah. Huh. All right. Okay, you do not blink though. You are where you are.
Yes, it would have been awesome if I blinked, but that.
Narian, you are up. You are stuck. You can use your action if you would like to make a strength check to try and escape.
Can I use my bonus action to just Blessing of the Raven Queen out?
Can you link Blessing of the Raven Queen for me? Is it just like Misty Step, or is it
It's just like Misty Step. Any place I can see. I'm trying to find it. Sorry.
Yes, you can absolutely Blessing of the Raven Queen. So go ahead and put yourself 30 feet wherever you'd like to be from where you currently are. Up to 30 feet.
I'm just going to appear like right outside of here.
Okay.
And then
Sounds
I'm going to inflict wounds on the blob.
On the blob. All right. Sounds good. Inflict wounds. You have to make a melee attack, right?
Yeah, 24.
24. Cool. That absolutely hits. It is not very hard to move this very slow, giant, blobbish creature.
18 damage.
18 damage. And you also notice as you go out and you touch this thing with your hand, that your hand hurts. And you take 1 point of acid damage.
I have resistance to all forms of damage because I'm Blessing of the Raven Queen. Do I still take 1 or is it 0?
Minimum 1. So you would take 1.
Should I have taken an acid damage too? Because I did hit it with an unarmed strike.
Sorry, I thought you only used your quarterstaff. There wasn't an
2 strikes with the quarterstaff, and then my bonus was an unarmed strike.
You should have. 2 acid damaging this.
Okay.
All right. Narian, anything else? That was Blessing of the Raven Queen, and then you attack. You cast Inflict Wounds, so that was bonus action and action. You have a
I
move
think
if you want to
that's-
move somewhere else.
I think that's my turn.
Okay.
My eagle should go right after me. It's taking the dodge action.
Okay.
And can it move? I don't remember what it says. I think it can move on its own. It just can't take an action on its own.
It would be under the ability, which I'll scroll up just a little bit, because you had linked it. Summon beast. The creature is of an ammo, blah, blah, blah. It disappears when just 0 hit points. The creature is an ally to you in command. In combat, the creature shares your initiative count, but it takes its turn immediately after yours. It obeys your verbal commands, no action required by you. If you don't issue any, it takes the dodge action and uses its move to avoid danger. So you can tell it to do something. If you want it to attack, it can attack, or if you don't give it any commands, it'll just dodge there. It can move if you tell it to move.
I'll tell it to attack and then fly away.
Okay, so it will attack. So it has
Yeah, I'm not. I don't have a high enough level to use the
Okay.
multi-attack.
So 10 will hit the cube, and the eagle will take acid damage. We'll take 2 points of acid damage. And then you can roll damage with the eagle as well. Oh, that 10
It
was
Now
damage.
that was the hit to hit.
Because
then-
you rolled a 1d8 for that, plus 4.
Oh, I'm great. I don't have any idea how this spell works. Anyway, because it says to hit 1d8 plus 4, then plus the spell's damage level and piercing. Sorry.
Melee weapon attack, your spell attack modifier to hit, and the damage is 1d8 plus 4, plus the spell's level in piercing damage. So, what level spell is it?
Second.
Second. So,
All right, I'll do-
1d8 plus 6 damage, and you have to roll to hit your spell attack.
Okay, I'll roll guiding bolt instead because that one, not you casting guiding bolt, but that's the same to hit.
Okay. Yeah,
24.
so that would hit, and you're not going to do 10 damage, you're going to do 12, because you add the spell's level to it. So, but... And I already applied... No, I didn't apply it. Alright, cool.
Then he
yeah,
flies away.
I do have one other thing real quick.
Yes.
Kel, we didn't roll initiative for him. Do we want to put him in there?
Do we want to put Cal in there? Yes. Cal will just go at the end of the round since we missed it.
Okay.
Because that is easiest. Okay. That's it, Anarian.
Yeah, that's it.
Mariana.
I'm gonna hit it with Ray of Frost.
Okay, you can do that for sure.
8.
8 will hit the cube. For 5 cold damage.
Oh, sorry, 5.
All right.
But its speed is reduced by 10. I feel like that's important.
Yep.
Yep. That's great. As this gelatinous blob freezes over in ice. Yeah. Okay, Ray of Frost, that was your action.
And she's gonna step back and leave it at that.
All right. The blob is up. The blob is going to attack randomly one of you. Actually, it will... Actually, it's going to move this way. Because it's just going to go for the most creatures it can engulf. So when it does that, it's going to provoke from Igvis and an area.
It's also going to take the additional damage from Booming Blade.
Yes, which is 2.
I'm just going to assume I hit with a 20, so... 8
20
more
will
damage for stuff.
absolutely hit.
So what do you? Can you attack with a ranged weapon when you're doing it? Because
No, if you have a melee weapon that you are wielding, then you could attack.
I
it.
don't have one.
Okay, so you wouldn't get one. And you had 8 with your quarterstaff, right, Igvis?
Correct.
Okay.
I don't want to touch this thing any more than I have to.
And you notice that your quarterstaff seems to be getting really damaged here. You don't think it'll survive too much longer hitting this thing as the acid drips and it continues to get stuck a little in this cube.
Can I make a reaction as it moves in?
If you have something that allows you to do that, if you have a spell you can cast as a reaction, you could do that, absolutely. Do you have like a reaction spell that you want to use?
No, I was thinking. I was wondering if, as a reaction, I could potentially push Elias, but
No. So you wouldn't be able to do that.
that's fine.
All right. So I need both of you to make me dex saving throws.
Does a 14 save?
Lamau.
So 14 does indeed save, and the strange person fails with a 4. So Elias, you can choose to be pushed 5 feet to the back or side of the cube. So where do you want to be? To the side, right above Kel, or do you want to go south or to west of where you currently are?
Let's go here.
Okay, sounds good. As for you, strange person that just showed up and is going to be engulfed, you get sucked into this cube's gelatinous area, and you will take 13 acid damage. And you are restrained in there. And you can't breathe. Okay, that is its turn. It's done. But Kel is up. Kel's gonna smack this thing. But Kel misses horribly. He rolls a nat 2, and then he's gonna attack again. 22 will hit. For 17 damage with his greatsword as he smacked this thing. And that will be his turn. Horse, you are up. Strange person.
Remind me what I need to do to
You
get out of this?
You can make a strength check to try and escape. As an action.
And remind me what restrained does?
Basically, restrained, you can't move. You can't benefit from any bonus to your speed. Your speed is 0. You're moving with the cube. Attack rolls against you have advantage. Your attacks have disadvantage. And you have disadvantage on dex saving throws. So you could attack within the cube if you want at disadvantage.
What about casting a spell?
You can't breathe, so nothing with verbal components.
Okay. So most things. I guess I'll make a strength saving. See if I can't get out.
Okay.
Is it a save or a check?
It's a save,
It's
right?
a check. So
I
not
get-
your strength saving throw. It'll just be the plus next to your strength score.
Okay, and then do I benefit from bless?
Bless applies to attacks and saving throws, so no.
Ah, okay, that's fine.
$12 with a -1. You fail to break out.
Hmm.
That was your action. You'd still have a bonus action. And your movement is currently 0. If you have anything as a bonus action, you could use.
Is it reduced to 0 and prevented from being able to go up further?
Correct.
Okay.
Your speed is become 0, and you can't benefit from any bonus to that speed. You just imagine you're in there and you can't breathe either. It's going like inside your nostrils and everything else, and you are just stuck in there as your skin is just burning.
And also, it's cold.
And it's cold. It is a cold cube. You are burning and you're cold.
Very strange sensations.
Well, I mean, there's not much I can do if I can't cast verbal spells, so...
Okay. So for my turn, then, kind of seeing how it's engulfing things. I think I'll move to here, just so it can't get multiple people. And I'll take two more swings with the staff.
Okay.
So 21 and a 19.
Both will hit, and you're gonna do your damage, so roll your damage. But on the second hit, your quarterstaff breaks.
Yeah, I figured it was going to. It's going to be a total of 16 damage.
And this thing goes down as you kind of splatter it apart, and it's as it splatters on that last quarterstaff ability, you had struck a little bit harder, at the cube, expecting the resistance and the gel, but you splatter it in that, and it hits the floor, and the weakness from the acid corrosion of the quarterstaff cause it to snap and break on you. As it shatters, and there's just the wood eats away.
I just got this staff.
We can go ahead and drop out initiative. As the stranger, you are there.
Just kind of gonna like dust, almost like dust off, but like just wipe off any remnants. Straighten my long, like what appears to be like trench coat. Hello, everyone.
Why are you in a cultist hideout? Is my really only question.
The same could be said about your group.
We're not creeping around and visibly following people.
No, it's correct. Instead, you are dragging a dead body and treasure out, as far as I'm aware. But I'll give you the point that I was invisible. It's my apologies. I needed to know that things were safe, and I couldn't have Niall recognize me.
What's your problem with Niall?
Not problem, really. He'd have a problem if I was here helping. We're friends.
As you can see, the body in question is the one you're worried about.
I'm aware of what happened. I'm still currently trying to process that and the fact I was inside of a cube for a moment. But let's just say that the person who led Niall to all of you was me. Or one of. I'm sure there were other people that informed him, but I have been particularly following you, Igvis, since El Terrell.
Why is everyone interested in me?
Well, frankly, your dragonborn friend disappeared. As far as I'm aware, I think the small one is dead, if I recall. Some hag-related business in that, really. Um, your dwarf friend seems to have disappeared, which I don't know where he went. And I think he was a bugbear. I saw him running a while ago. Use some old tunnels.
You seem to know a lot for somebody who hasn't introduced themselves yet.
Oh, you're right. My name is Horace. Horace Nagante, at your service. And he'll take kind of like a bow as he puts his scimitar back into the sheath. I run a small healing house in the lower city, courtesy of my now currently dead friend. I also tend to do some work for less than savory people, particularly the Rogues Guild. I've been jailed by you fists quite a lot. Only to be broken out later. It's fine.
It's not my problem at the moment.
No, from what I gathered from what Naya was telling me, the problem is that the Duke seems to be dead, which is kind of a problem for all of us involved.
Indeed.
We can continue this conversation at better time, but I have one thing I do want to check.
Yeah, might want to wipe off the acid and take a look at what was in there.
Yeah, I'm gonna
And
check
get
the
out
body
of here.
specifically and just see if it looks like the skeleton in question is like smaller than I would anticipate. Like I'm trying to see if this is the girl we were looking for.
Yeah, when you look at the body, make me a medicine check.
9.
Elias is also going to make that check.
Okay, go ahead, Elias. You're not sure, Igvis, what's going on with this skeleton. It looks like bones.
Nat 1.
You either, Elias. There are it's a skeleton for sure. Yeah.
Curious, why are you looking at the potentially dead person?
There's a
Well, you're
small
following
girl
us
who's
and you
missing.
don't know that?
Okay, listen here, pirate. Just
You're
because I was
obviously not
following
very
you
good
doesn't
at it.
mean that I know every detail or every conversation.
So what do you know of us?
Got Flaming Fist, cleric not cleric who likes to dance, pirate who only cares about money but doesn't make a lot of money.
You don't know me.
The Star Elf is new. Don't know where you got them. Dragonborn has a bit of a vengeance kick. Carries a like a severed head for some reason.
So, do you
That
know
guy gave us grief. That's all you need to know.
So, do you know my name?
Elias, correct?
Yes.
We're looking for the granddaughter of the innkeeper because the dragon cult had them. I was wondering if this might be her.
Ah, I see. I'm assuming one of Niall's quests to the greater good.
You could say it was Nile, but I'm pretty sure we all agreed that a child shouldn't be left in the hands of cultists.
How very good-natured of you all. Let me see. Let me see if I can take a look. Does it look like anything semblance of a girl? Can I make a check?
Yeah, go ahead and make me a medicine check. Yeah, so I mean, you know that this skeleton is of a female human child.
Given my limited knowledge of dead bodies, that does appear to be kind of it matches a description of a small female child.
Are there any? I'm gonna search the room then, and to see if there's any other particular belongings that might have been this child's. Something to bring back.
Yeah, you search the rest of the room, and I mean, it seems like a blank, empty room. It's all stone.
Elias is going to desperately search for a box, like a.
Sorry, you cut out there a little bit, Elias. A box. He said.
Yeah, Elias is going to look for a box small enough to have. Have you ever seen like the burials where they like neatly arrange the bones in like a box? Elias is for a box about that size.
Well, you definitely don't find any in here, in this room. This whole room, it's literally a giant stone cavern. Um, this room, it is empty of belongings, devoid of anything other than the floor, walls, and ceiling, and the pool of water.
So I still have my detect magic up. Do I detect anything that isn't on the people I can see?
You do not detect any magic that does not pinpoint the people that you see.
Okay.
Well, if you are ready, I suppose we should probably make our way back to the said tavern.
Can we really just leave her here?
Well, unless you intend to bring back a skeleton and tell her father exactly what happened. I don't envy that position, but you're more than willing to. If you're more than willing, then do it.
Better
Teach
than
their
leaving
own.
him as he is.
I'll collect the bones and bring them with me.
Okay, how are you collecting them? What are you putting them in?
I honestly just have a backpack, so I'll just lay them on top of my backpack, I suppose, or hold them in my arms if I can.
Okay.
I just won't have these in my hands.
Okay, so you're holding them in your arms then.
Okay.
Would you like me to deliver the news, Ignis, or would you like to?
I feel like the member of the Flaming Fist should probably deliver those news.
Very well.
You coming with?
I accidentally closed my foundry, so I. Oh, now I can move again.
Guys, continue to move out. Going to activate this map here as well. And the rest of you who didn't quite make it out yet, I will move you so that you appear on that map.
Ah, ghost!
Mariana's going to kind of carefully check this
Hey,
room
how'd you get
before
out of
moving out.
there, Ian? What?
I just appeared there.
There we go. I think I got everyone except this person.
Well, that's a weird spot to come out.
Yeah, we should be in the tavern, right?
You should. That's very strange. Yeah, how did you guys get over there? I wasn't even watching.
We literally appeared all the way over there.
We just
when
walked
up
out,
the stairs.
and that's where we were.
Okay. Just wait! 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 I shall fix. I shall fix. Okay. So you walk up those stairs. Yeah.
Okay,
There
we're
we
good.
go.
But yeah.
Narian coming from the other way.
Why is Elias in like storehouse now?
That's the
We've been
basement
scattered.
that you come into. I'm not sure what happened there. It's probably when I lost all that Foundry data, something didn't load it back in from the save, right? But
That makes sense.
looks like we're good now. All right, so you come back up those steps, and you come back into that back room that you had found with the secret trap door down to the basement. That was under the rug you had moved. And you're able to come out and back into that bar area. What do you do? What do you say? Silas sees you all come out, and he's kind of a little shocked to see you, Horace, as he looks at you, because he doesn't really recognize you. But he looks to Mariana and says, "All right, Dan. Did you find anything? Back there in that room?"
Oh, when she walked in, she fully ignored him and just sat down. Like, there's no...
And he calls out to you and says that as you sit down. Particularly, do you answer him or do you ignore that as well?
That's more the area of the others.
Yeah, so Elias is gonna wait by him, and I'm assuming Igvis is gonna come up.
I'm staying in the back room, and I'm gonna lay the body on the table, and I was gonna ask somebody to send him back here.
Sir, would you walk back there with us?
Right, well, it would be nice if you'd go ahead and just, tell me what's going on, where are we going? What's
Sir,
going
this
on
is
here?
the kind of thing you should see yourself. Please follow me. Can I make a persuasion check?
Yeah, go ahead and make me persuasion.
Seven.
Yeah, it's just kind of weird that you kind of walk right up in here and this one over there won't talk to me, won't say anything. You've already kind of...
Have you considered, sir, for just a moment, that maybe there's something personal to you that they're all avoiding?
Roll me a persuasion at disadvantage, Horace. All right. Well, I don't even know who you are, to be honest. I mean, I've never seen you before, and you just come running in from the back of my establishment. But you do kind of make sense. We were talking personal stuff before, so I suppose I should go with these
Go on,
fellas.
and you can serve us drinks later.
Come on. Come. Going to lead him to the back.
All right, and he will follow you back as he moves back into this back room. And as he gets into the back room, Igvis, you said that you laid out the bones on the table. How'd you lay them out? Did you just kind of like dump them out, or
I tried to assemble the skeleton as it would have been.
Give me a medicine check. See how good you are at assembling
An 18.
bones.
Shuffle up the fingers.
You're pretty good, actually. So you're able to, assemble them, and it actually looks, decent, respectful as you could be with bones. But you can actually tell that it's a skeleton, and you seem to get all the different bones in the right places and against the right joints. And he walks in the back and he says, What in the world going on here? What you got on my table over there? What is that?"
I can't make any promises because we found nothing identifiable, but this is the skeleton of a young girl that was found inside the cultist's lair. We didn't find your granddaughter.
Don't forget that Anarian specifically found her scent there, though, too.
We did. Our friend well, our pup, you could call them, did notice the scent leading at least to this room that we found.
The scent was faded. It seems like she'd been like this for days.
You, so you're saying my granddaughter this is her? She's dead? Is that what you're trying to tell me here?
We could not find evidence to the contrary.
I'm sorry, but I believe that is the case. Yeah.
Oh, I knew I shouldn't have trusted y'all. You know, I never trust a flaming fist in my life. You everywhere you go, you just bring trouble. You know, I wasn't saying anything, and you know she'd still be alive if I didn't say anything to you.
Sir, she'd been dead for days.
The scent was days old from.
It sounds like they never planned on giving her back and were merely holding her over you for cooperation. They admitted to experimenting on dozens of other children.
Well, you've been gone for a couple days here. I mean, it was last night, yesterday. It could have been yesterday. They found out I said something. They got eyes everywhere.
Wait,
Sure.
we weren't gone for a couple days. We were gone for less than 24 hours.
Yeah,
We did take a long rest while we were down there.
You
But
did.
that's only 8 hours.
You
We took 2.
You took 2 long rests, which is 16
That would be
hours.
16 hours.
And he also told you about it before you rested in the inn, remember?
Can we make a wisdom check to see if the timelines would match?
Well, that's a little less important, honestly. In this case, I'm just gonna tell him that it wasn't even occultists who killed her. We found the body in a gelatinous cube in a cell. And we killed every cultist we came across, bar one.
Make me a persuasion check at disadvantage.
Can I assist him with this one?
I'd say
And
I can say you each can make me a persuasion check at disadvantage.
Go that -1. I'm at a 9.
And Elias, you're an 18. So he looks to you, Igvis, when you start to talk. He says, "Of course them cultists and people with the dragon mask must have killed her. You think that just some 8-year-old girl gonna walk into a gelatinous cube in the middle of a cave? You know, obviously it's these cultists doing, you know, and you just made it worse." And then, Elias, you would say whatever you would say.
Sir, from what I can tell, they'd been experimenting on dozens of children, and they'd had no intention of playing honorably or ever returning her. It sounds like, quite frankly, they were merely using her to blackmail you into keeping their secret so they could continue to make dozens of other children suffer. By helping us, you may not have been able to save her, but you've helped countless others.
And as you say that, you see that stops and tears start to well up in his eyes. And he starts to wipe away his tears and says, My poor Claire Bell. She didn't deserve this kind of end. Should have watched her more closely. I should have watched her more closely.
She didn't deserve this end, but I want you to know it's not your fault. You're not the one who took her. You're not the one who experimented upon children. You did everything you could to protect her. Sometimes there's just evil in the world, and sometimes we just aren't able to stop it.
She was the only family that I ever had. Her parents long gone. I was responsible for her well-being. And I failed her. I failed them. Well, I suppose thank you for bringing back this body. I'm sorry that I snapped at you. I don't know what to think, and full of emotion. I know it's not your fault. It can't be your fault.
Sir, it's an awful thing to bury a child. We understand.
Please,
They
I
still
just
have mine. I'm gonna do everything I can to make sure that every member of this cultist group is dead.
if I could do anything myself to help, I would, but I'm just an old man way past my prime. I please just I need some time here. Please, I gotta recuperate my thoughts and close down this inn here and just take care of what I need to take care of.
Real quick, important tidbit. Where is the eagle carrying the mangled dead body of Niall?
The eagle would be with you still. Let me just put it on the map here.
I think
Hey, can we get some pies? Oh my
cellar.
god, what happened to him?
Yeah, say nothing about the eagle and the dead body of Niall.
I'm sorry, sir. You did everything you could, and we did everything we could too. We'll leave you be for now.
Right then, I appreciate that. Come back in a couple days maybe, and I can maybe I'll have something to give you to thank you for at least bringing back this body for me. But I just need time.
Sorry, this was the least she deserved.
If you want to get a hold of me, just mention my name to any member of the Fist. I'm sure they can get a hold of me for you.
Right then, I will do.
And as we leave the room, Elias is going to look at Igvis. It's much easier to be the great Elias. And he's just going to kind of walk away, and then the moment he gets back in the room, he's going to try to resume his buoyant Elias character.
All right.
Ugh, Niall, old friend.
And as you kind of walk out of that back room and towards the beginning room, the door behind you shuts, and you just hear crying in the other room from wailing from the older gentleman, from Silas.
So, I suppose we need to get Fair Nile back to Baldur's Gate.
We should at least return him to the Watch.
I wouldn't do either of those things.
What's your suggestion then, friend?
Should we, cover him up?
We'll get to that. So, Igvis, Elias, I know that you are gentle-hearted, and I also know that Niall tends to kind of inspire, to some degree, being better. But y'all have made some enemies, as far as I can tell, and Niall was looking for people that had assassinated the Duke. It would be in our best interest to make sure that they don't know that he is dead. If we give him back to the Watch, if we do anything that would indicate that he is passed, then those enemies feel like they might get an upper hand, they might rush things. We don't want that.
My plan was to disguise his corpse and take him to a temple for resurrection.
I don't know if that would be best. I do, again, have a house of healing. If we simply cover his body, I can bury him in the graveyard there. Nothing too terrible about that, and I'll make sure he's taken care of.
I'm going to use Detect Evil.
I was going to say, they might already know he's dead. If you know enough about us, you know that we're being tracked by invisible spies almost constantly.
That's why he kept randomly attacking in the air. I couldn't... Sometimes...
So are there any around us right now?
Yes, operation affair within 30 feet of you.
Yes.
Well, and this lasts up to 10 minutes. So, you do detect in this this corner, there is a window right here.
Yeah.
And you detect perched on the outside of that window, it looks like there's a raven. And the raven detects as a fiend.
So, what Elias is going to say is going to be like, he's going to subtly try to indicate to Horus and Ignis to follow his lead.
With you, I don't know. I never know what to trust.
I think it's kind of funny that it's a raven, because they're not small animals to
So,
kind of just be hanging out.
I have to admit, though, Horus, you arranging with Niall to fake his death was a stroke of genius. Now he can just assassinate Duke. Now he can just get revenge in the shadows when their guards are down. He strikes in 3 days, right?
I have no idea if you're trying to put on a display or not. I'm just like, what the hell?
Well, I imagine given Elias kind of wants you to catch him and you tied, that you would know that he's like putting on a show and trying to gesture it's for outside creatures. Now, and now that we know it, and then he's going to see the raven. Crap! There's a fiend here. We have to tell Niall to change when he strikes. They know in 3 days' time.
So you say there's a fiend here. Okay. So roll me initiative. Do you plan to do anything about this raven?
Yeah.
Are you just going to say that and then just kind of wait to see what happens, or are you going to try and do something?
I'll roll initiative. With the crap there.
And we don't have to go through an official encounter. Just, is there anybody when he says that would try to do something?
Well, Elias is also going to use a bless attack himself. Attack himself.
Well, my only real question is the window open or is it closed at the moment?
It's closed, and it's on the outside of the window. It's right perched on.
Of course it is. Okay.
So, spirit weapon on the other side of the window does 16 hit.
Well, first, roll me a d20 and add your initiative.
I'll also join this
7.
initiative because as soon as he gets nuts, I'll probably go.
7. And he's, of course, going to be saying as he sees this, like, we can't let them know Niall's alive and planning to strike.
Okay. Is there anybody else who would have wanted to act as well when he said that? Speak now or forever hold your peace.
Horace is just going to go back to smoking his pipe for a minute.
Okay.
Yeah, Mariana's still just quietly chatting with Linnea, waiting for food.
Okay.
Remember that Elias has been putting on a very clear show bragging about the faking of his death.
Oh, she's well aware.
So the
while the dead body of Niall sits right next to you in a chair.
It's a very good fake dead body, okay?
The the raven flies away as soon as you say that, before you're able to kind of look back and cast your spirit weapon.
That explains why Niall always struck right away.
He's many things, if not experienced.
Can we really leave him dead? He was a good man in a world where there aren't many.
That's precisely one of the reasons he must remain dead. Bringing him back, even if it is for this grand quest so he can get revenge on the Duke, he will be targeted several times over, and like him, or like me, we're getting up in our years. The age of 50 for our lines of work is pretty high. He's done a lot of good. He probably should rest.
I don't know if he would agree with you, but
Oh no, he would argue for days.
Perhaps it's best if we leave him rest for now and try to resurrect him when things have cooled down a bit. I see the merit in what you're saying.
If that is the case, his body can be stored at my house of healing, and we'll put him up in a bed and claim he's in a coma.
Might want to do something
Make
about
them disappear
that
every
and
once in a
wound.
while, just to keep them on their toes.
Anyway, I don't see any reason why we should be out here still. I don't even know where to go at this point.
What proclivities do you have in combat, dear Horace?
Normal people speak, Elias. Please.
You get used to it.
I
How
don't
do you-
think I will.
Sorry about that. I've been wandering with a troop of bards for years.
Uh-huh. As far as my skills in combat, I got a trusty blade, and it hurts when I swing it at someone.
Easy enough. Apparently you've managed to figure out I'm not a bard.
It's not very hard when you flash holy symbols here and there.
Before I ran into this group, I'd convinced everyone I had no clerical training for almost 3 years.
Well, it's good to know that what you can actually do. A good bard could really keep the party going, but a cleric will be there when you least, or rather, when you need it to be. And they are never there when you really want it to be.
Tell me about it. If I'd had just 8 more hours, 1 more day, we could have saved him.
It's okay. Again,
The funniest thing is that he just jumped off a bridge not an hour earlier.
oh, I'm aware. He's quite an idiot. I mean, have you ever talked to him? His brain, his head is like solid rock, stubborn, unmoving. Now, I believe we should probably still do what he wants, and for nothing else, for his name. But also, it's problematic if Baldur's Gate gets taken over by any group of cultists, any one of them.
Do you know what we're going up against at this point? If you're going to be with us?
Let's see. From what Zaj was able to relay to me, you guys solved murders that ended up being Cult of the Dead 3, very popular around this city, if you check the history books. That was clearly the Dragon Cult. Yeah, that seems to be about round up with your enemies as far as I know.
It's much worse than that.
Sounds fun. If nothing else, I was going to follow you all to the end, whether you saw me or not, so might as well join you in combat, at least help see it through.
Yes, thank you for all of your help.
Oh, do you think this comes with a price?
Wait, you were here?
No, I'm saying you've been following us for how long now?
So, when I say follow, it's more so that, like, certain times I was there, certain times I wasn't.
Did you watch Marza get burned?
Convenient.
No, I was just informed by Zaj. I watched you all on your trip here through, or rather, you, Igvis, and Elias, as you came from Elturel, as I was traveling to the city myself. And then, as soon as I got to the city, you guys got to the city, I had duties to take care of. I grew an interest in your group again, seeing if there had been any developments, as I had heard that there were some shady underground movements. After that, I talked to Zaj, invoking Niall's name because he wouldn't talk to someone like me. He informed me of your different things going on. From there, I simply did a couple more of my duties, trying to keep watch. Niall came asking for your location, which I found to be odd. From there, I decided to follow him and your exploits as you went to the little tavern bar place and found the Star Elf. And followed you into the Dragon Cult cave.
Convenient.
Very, I might say. He's got to take like another hit from his pipe. That being said, I will be helping from now on, so look forward to that, or don't. I don't really care personally.
I suspect we'll need as much help as we can get.
And my help will come at a cost, but not a monetary one. We'll work that out as we succeed.
What is it you're interested in?
For one, I want to know what happened to the city of Elturel.
That's not a cost, that's just a product of the journey. What do you want?
I want freedom. I'm a little bound at the moment by a couple of contracts that I'd much rather not be in.
Well, what can you tell me in particular about... let's see. I'm trying to remember exactly where Thirstwell is located. And I wanted to say it was the Low Lantern, but I don't think that's the right place.
Yeah, that's... That's not Thirstwell, that's...
Yeah,
That's
so
Amric.
yes, so there's Amric and Thirstwell are the two brothers. So the Low Lantern is where Amric is, and it is a ship turned into a bar. Is what you know about it. Amric doesn't own it, but he operates out of it.
And Thirstwell doesn't leave the manor.
Thirstwell doesn't leave the main Vanthampur manor.
Cool. So in that case, I'll just look at him and say, what can you tell me about the Low Lantern, and specifically Amric?
DM, given that I've had some run-ins with, like, the Thieves Guild, would I know anything in particular about it that I can relay that isn't just basic information?
No, you'd have basic information. Amric, in your knowledge specifically, wouldn't have any particular connection to the guild that you know of, at least. But you recognize the name Vanthampur, and you recognize Duke Thalamra Vanthampur, who's well known, and that he would be her son, and you wouldn't really be able to provide too much information about Amric specifically that, the group didn't already know. They know more than you do about Amric, in fact.
Well, I don't know much in the way that most citizens might know of Baldur's Gate, at least that work around. He hasn't had much dealings with the people that are more familiar to me. So, I'm assuming this is our target?
Him and, I suppose, the rest of the family.
Seems simple enough. Do we need to kill him, maim him, capture him, stab him?
We'll walk and talk.
I would suggest we need to capture all of them, interrogate them for information before ultimately discarding them in a place no one will know they're dead.
Perfect. Right up my alley. Are we taking leave then of this somewhat sad atmosphere?
I have a couple things I need to do, but let's meet at, and I'm having a hard time remembering any of the taverns at this point. The one that Vati frequented. We'll meet at that one.
Majestic.
The Majestic it is?
I'll accompany you to make sure good Niall is adequately comatose for the time being. We'll arrange a...
Fair enough. I'm sure the nurses at the house could certainly use a bard's help, entertaining the sick.
I am quite a skilled bard.
You certainly are, Elias.
What even is your performance skill? Because I think it'd be really funny if you couldn't actually play an instrument very well.
I think Elias's performance is plus 5.
Okay.
His
But do you have a proficiency
let me check.
in an instrument? Because if you don't, and you're just kind of like sadly pluck at strings, that'd be hilarious.
I think he's actually fluent in the lute. So he can only play the lute that he broke.
So just to
come on.
clarify, your intention right now as a party, is that to go to the Majestic? Is that my understanding?
After dropping Niall off at the House of Healing that I own.
Okay.
Yeah. Elias and Horace are going to the House of Healing. I think the rest of the party is going to the Majestic.
Well, I have a couple things I'm gonna do before I go there, but I'm just gonna DM that to the GM.
Okay.
And Narian's gonna transform into the large white horse and carry Nile on the horse instead of the weird eagle floating body trick.
Okay. Let's take our 10-minute break here. Take
Sounds
10
good.
minutes, go get up, stretch your legs, grab a snack, use the facilities, whatever you got to do, and then we'll meet back in 10 minutes and continue what we're doing.
Sounds good.
All right, see y'all in a second. All right, we are back. Baldur's Gate, Descent into Avernus, session 27. After taking our short break here to stretch, the party is here in the Itchy Mole. It looks like things are being locked up here in the inn as they are closing down shop, and the party is kind of being bid to leave. They all had a couple things that they wanted to do here in Baldur's Gate. A couple of them wanted to go shopping, visit some other contacts they had, regroup. They're gonna bring Niall's body over to the healing house that Horace runs, and then they planned to regroup over at the Majestic. Kel bids the group farewell, says that he has quite a few things that he needs to take care of that have been weighing on his mind, and until he takes care of those things, he just feels that he won't be as useful or as efficient with the group. And then he bids you all farewell as you part to take care of what you need to take care of.
Go take care of those refugees.
Hey, wait, should we look for you this time?
He says, "No, I will find you."
Okay.
Take care of them, Cal.
So we're gonna go ahead and switch some maps here. To we are going to put your people on here so that you can see the map. That would be helpful. As you all eventually are able to make your way back. I think I got everybody on there. to the Majestic. And as you enter the Majestic, throughout the day after having done what you were doing and the people that you were talking to, Wilkes is there at the bar, of course, to greet you with a smile and offer you food and drink if you should wish. There are tavern patrons that are there, and an old man playing the piano, as always. As you enter the Majestic, you do have a key to the back room, and use of it, as friends of Vati, of course, Wilkes says.
Wilkes, any more news?
Ah,
And she'll also put a gold on the counter for the nicer of the drinks.
oh, yes, of course, Mariana, thank you. I appreciate that. I actually did have some news for you. Vati, he did stop by not too long ago, actually. He was only here maybe 6 hours ago or so.
Really?
Yes, he was. And, he came by and we shared a couple stories and word, and then he was off, and he muttered something about taking care of those responsible for everything that's going on in the city. He didn't tell me too much about his business. He never does, as you know. But yes, he was here. He looked a little stressed out, I must say.
Did he seem in good health, at least?
Well, I suppose besides the stress, I mean, I don't know if anybody really looks very healthy when they're stressed out, of course. But I mean, who wouldn't
Well,
be?
you know how we come in here sometimes.
Who wouldn't be stressed out in, Baldur's Gate in general? Before I forget, he did leave something for you. Where did I have it here? And he looks underneath the counter, and he pulls out a small envelope, and he hands it to you.
Thank you. I'll take this into the back. I appreciate it, Wilkes.
Of course.
And did he get her a drink as well?
Yes. If you
Okay.
want drinks, he will hand you drinks, dragons.
Yeah.
Baldur's Mouth.
She put a coin on the
Yep.
counter for that, and so she'll take her flagon and head into the back.
Yep.
So, for future reference, Elias is going to make a point of matching the attire that's common in the room.
Okay.
His magic cloak. So,
You see a lot
how is
of
the average?
blues and gold is kind of like the color scheme in the Majestic, blues and gold, and except for the large greenish blue carpet that's down the center. The average person is, I guess you would classify them as middle class. So you're in the lower city still, but the Majestic is like right outside the main gate that leads to the upper city, even though it's in the lower city, and it gets a lot of traffic from the port, coming from the port to the upper city. So you do get people in the Majestic that are upper middle class, I guess, is how you would say. So they're just relatively nicely. They're not in like regal bearings like you would see the patriarchs of the upper city in, but dressed fairly well.
All right, so Elias is going to copy that and try to look like a typical patron of the Majestic.
Okay, sounds good.
And Mariana wants to kind of inspect the envelope before opening it, kind of feel it to see if it just seems like a piece of paper, or if there seems to be anything else inside it. Maybe detect magic to make sure it's safe.
Sure, give me an investigation check. Your detect magic doesn't turn up anything. $14. Yeah. Seems like an envelope, and there's a piece of paper inside.
All right, I'll go ahead and open it then.
Go ahead and... All right. And, actually, I'm sorry, I went through that a little too quickly. You do detect magic on the envelope. Your investigation doesn't turn up anything. You do detect magic, though, on the envelope.
Any particular type?
Enchantment magic.
Okay. Then I'm not going to open it just yet.
Okay.
If you tell Elias it's magic, he'll dispel the magic for you.
Hang on. Sorry. So I'm going to come up to Igbis and kind of nod into the other corner away from Horus.
I just want to sleep.
This is from Vati.
Vati was here.
Well, yeah. It's kind of his place.
We haven't seen him
But
since he disappeared. Neither did
I've had
they.
Wilkes keeping an eye out for him. He was here a few hours ago. Seemed stressed and said he was going to deal with the people causing problems.
Does he even... it doesn't matter. What does it say?
And he left this. It's enchanted. I'm not sure I want to open it, but if you'd like to.
Nothing ventured, nothing gained. And I'll take the envelope and signal them to back away a few feet, I suppose. And then...
Guys, I have dispel magic. If you just talk to me, I can dispel it.
Did you follow us back here, or are you still out there?
I told you guys prior I have it, so at least know that you know this information.
I'm
Well,
impatient.
did you come in here?
You didn't gesture me in there, so no.
Well, I mean, we
Okay.
did all walk into the back room, kind of, together.
I'm impatient, so I'm just gonna open it. I'm not even gonna bother.
Okay. Sounds good. You open it.
Okay, give me a second.
You open it, and there is a piece of paper in there. And would you read it out loud to the party, or just to yourself silently?
I'll start by reading it myself, and
Okay.
then share it if I deem it to be so.
Okay.
And you, newcomer, as he Horse is going to gesture to Anarian. What is your name? I don't know if we formally introduced.
It's an Aryan.
Narian. Are you from around here?
I arrived in the city not too long ago.
So you're not from Baldur's Gate, then?
No.
Fair enough.
Where are you from?
Well, here, of course. The great city on the Sword Coast.
Ah, that's nice. I've seen some of the streets.
So after I finish reading the letter,
I'm just gonna copy that for the live stream, Manny, too. But you can continue role playing.
yeah, I as we after I finish reading it, I'm literally just gonna say, "Wow, Vati. If this is from Vati, he's gotten real rash. Like real."
He's got a rash. Maybe Elias could treat it.
What does it say?
The paper simply says the time to strike is now. We should head to Vanthampur Manor and take out the Duke immediately, killing everybody.
Is good Vati okay? Let
Well,
you said
well, okay is subjective, I suppose.
Mariana, is it still magic?
Is it?
You no longer detect magic.
No.
Well, if Vati's
Was it
gonna
the
be
second it was
there-
opened
Hmm.
that it dispelled?
Yeah, you're basically kind of the magic dissipates as the envelope opens and the envelope no longer detects as magic.
All right, let me take a look at this letter.
It may
Oh.
have told him when we opened it.
I'll hand the letter to Elias and just say, if we're gonna have extra support, then it might not be a terrible plan to go.
At the very least, we have to make sure good Vati's all right. I'm concerned about him. Elias is gonna read it and confirm it says what Igvis said it says.
I'll just copy paste for you. It's literally basically that.
And DM, there's no weird magic that like he was under a spell when he read it, or
There's no weird magic as. Yeah, I mean, you detect magic on everybody in the room, but no longer on the envelope or anything.
so on us.
Yeah, on you guys, you definitely have magic on you because you guys all have magic items.
So no new magic items. I'm sorry, no new magic besides the stuff we bought.
I just pasted the
Do
letter.
you have detect magic as well, Elias?
No, Elias is not.
Oh, okay,
So-
so I mean, you wouldn't.
I would know.
You
You're
wouldn't
right.
know.
I can have it, but I don't think Elias would ever prepare it as a person. He's concerned about magic, but he's mostly indifferent toward.
And pray tell, which one was Vati?
The bugbear you mentioned.
The one I saw running in the night very recently.
Yes.
He's been making some rash and questionable decisions. I fear for his well-being.
Given that the letter says nothing about him being there,
Hey, Igvis.
What?
How are you feeling?
I feel like it. I don't know why he would give this letter if he also wasn't going to be there and wanted us to support him immediately. That's all. And I feel like if he's going to be there, an extra person could be useful.
if you say so. I'm here for the ride, but just note that, like most people and most things from Baldur's Gate, it's not a guarantee.
True. Vati's been a little inconsistent, to say the least. It's hard to tell.
Igvis, maybe set down your stuff for a minute. Elias, come here.
Indeed.
Sit down. Okay. I'll just put down, I guess, just the weapon, really.
Your dragon vessel, your stuff.
Just no magic.
Yeah.
All right, and I'll just put them all down.
Elias, just spell magic on Invictus real quick.
I'm using my last 3rd level spell to cast to put spell magic on him.
On Igvis?
Does he have to know the specific effect to be able to do that?
You would have.
It says one creature, object, or magical effect within range.
You can
Any
do
spell-
just Igvis if you want. Igvis can be the target if you want.
Yeah, Igvis is my target.
Okay. So any spell 3rd level or lower on the target ends. Do you have any other spells on you, Igvis, that I need to be aware of?
I only have the 2 items, really.
Okay, yeah, they're items though. You don't have any like spells, like buffs or anything on you.
Nope, nothing like that.
Okay. Sounds good. Yeah, you cast that. Make me a check, a spellcasting ability check. So it's a D20 plus your wisdom bonus.
Just my wisdom.
Yeah, it's your spellcasting ability modifier. Which for you is wisdom. So your wisdom bonus.
A 1.
Okay. Yeah, you cast it on him, and yeah, you cast the spell on him.
And
Did you guys get what you wanted? I still feel like we
and
should go to
Ignis,
the
you
planet.
see Elias, because it's a verbal and somatic. You see him wave his hands and utter an incantation in your direction. You don't know what it is, but
Yeah, exactly. I'm just like, did you get what you wanted? Still think the manor is not a bad plan.
I can't tell. Mariana, did it work?
no. Hand me the letter.
Elias has it. And I'll
Go
pick
ahead.
back up my items.
You're not feeling weaker, stronger?
No? I don't know what...
I-
I honestly don't know what you guys are concerned about at the moment.
So, what if I think we should attack the manor tomorrow after we rest up? After all, we're quite fatigued. We've just had a comrade die. It's not an irrational thing.
Yeah, well, I wouldn't say no to a rest, but I feel like the manor may be the best bet because that's where most of them are going to be. You know, as they say, cut the head off the snake.
I know, but let's rest first.
Oh, that's fine. We can rest, but yeah, that's fine.
How would you feel? What are the pros of attacking the manor instead of going for the last guard in Second Van Thamper?
As I said, it feels like Vati might be there to help us, and that maybe where he's.
Can I
leading.
make a wisdom check to see if he seems like almost obsessed with going after the manor, or like there's some compulsion on him?
you can make an insight. Roll insight for me.
I can do the critical role thing where I roll persuasion or deception and not tell you which one.
Yeah, go ahead and roll a persuasion check, a charisma check. I think this.
Ooh, I think your charisma might match my insight. Does it?
Considering that Ignis has a negative charisma,
I was gonna say there's probably no way.
Yeah. Okay. So, I mean, yeah, Elias, Ignis, it seems kind of weird that he was just advocating for going to the Low Lantern and then all of it kind of switched gears. And when you kind of bring up the Low Lantern and why, I don't know, he seems pretty dead set on going to the manor. It definitely is a little strange. It doesn't seem something seems off. You're not sure what, but you don't know Igvis to switch gears so quickly like that.
Yeah, Elias, just to be clear, when we get new information, plans can change. Yeah.
Of course, good Ignis. Of course. My friend, you are one of the few good men I know. And I know you want desperately to stop this plan, but I figure we should rest first.
I didn't say no to a rest. I don't know how I can be more clear about that. We can still rest.
We'll rest,
But-
and I fear... Did Mariana say there wasn't an enchantment on the wet letter?
I did to Igvis, yeah.
Would Elias know that or no?
If Mariana said it.
I was gonna say it feels pretty clear at this point because she's just like, "Hey, cast a spell magic on this dude." Like,
Igvis, I'm going to tell you something, and I need you to promise not to freak out.
okay,
There's a slight chance you're under compulsion, and I'd like to just try to dispel it again tomorrow. If after that you still say we should go to the manor, we'll go to the manor.
didn't you
Sound fair?
just try and dispel? Yeah, I don't
Depending
understand
on-
how your magic works. That's all I'm saying. I thought you just
Depending-
did that.
Sometimes my spells can fail. I'm good, but I'm not infallible.
So you have little faith in yourself. That's
It
interesting
could
for you.
also be very strong magic.
Exactly.
Whatever. We can sleep. That's fine. I never said no.
Yeah, we'll sleep. I'll try once more to dispel it, and then we'll figure it out. Right?
Okay. You guys are making a mountain out of a molehill. That's all I'm saying.
I know, Igvis. It's just
Look at
We
me and
care
tell
for
me
your
that
health.
Vati hasn't been off.
Igvis.
Of course he's been off, but like, would he really send a letter if he wasn't going to be helping us? That's all I'm saying. That's fine.
He did abandon us in the middle of a dangerous fight.
It's more like he brought cultists to us and then left, but splitting hairs.
He ran into cultists who forced him to come back.
Again, splitting hairs. It's fine.
Regardless of what you all decide to do, just inform me in the morning. I'm gonna go take a nap.
Horace, do you know anything of enchantment?
I can make an Arcana check and see if I do know anything.
Yeah, what would you be trying to make a check for? To know anything specifically about what? Just enchantment magic, what it is? You would know what enchantment magic is. You would know all the schools of magic given your background, your class. You understand what magic is and what the basic schools of magic do.
Elias, what are you asking me?
This powerful enchantment magic, the kind that's uncommon.
Are you asking for my help in trying to figure out what may or may not be affecting Igvis?
I would like your help, yes. On a separate note, he's going to look at Horace and Mariana. I'm concerned about something, my friends. For the spell I cast, in order for it to fail as it has, that means the caster who cast it is much stronger than I am. When Vati was with us, we were always neck and neck in magic. It's unusual to think he's either gotten stronger far fast than is normally possible, or he's getting help from outside.
Thought the horns could tell you that much. Bugbears, to my knowledge, don't normally spot horns.
I know, but even then, we'd still been around the same strength. An enchantment like this is truly powerful magic.
Who said he's the one who cast it?
That's what I fear. Which means who is he working with that can cast this
Toss
magic?
the sheet.
Again,
Detergent
if
is
I
a
had
new
to
box.
guess based on
New
the
Arm &
horns,
Hammer Power Sheets
he's
laundry detergent.
in a
Dissolves
contract
quickly.
of
It's
sorts.
the same type of power.
Elias is going to whisper. Do you think this manor might be a trap?
And
he's gonna-
Horace is not even gonna acknowledge the whisper too much. He's just gonna look at Elias. He's like, it's obviously a trap. If A, Igvis needed to be enchanted to convince us, and B, someone wants us to go there, but it is explicitly not saying that they will also be there.
True.
In my personal line of work, you don't get many letters that would obfuscate those types of details unless it was intentional. But as far as the enchantment magic infecting this, I can think of something, and I'll just see if I can make an Arcana check to know of any type of enchantment spells that would be similar to compulsion for that level, I guess.
Okay. Go ahead and make me an Arcana check.
I'm also casting Detect Evil and Good, just so that we can see what's happening.
That is not a good. That's not a good roll.
You don't know. I mean, you know that enchantment magic could be used to, to cast compulsion spells. You know that, but you can't think off the top of your head specific examples of a spell that.
Wait, so who's our dedicated caster now? Do we have an Arcana guy?
Pretty sure we don't.
I don't think we have anyone with intelligence.
Oh yeah, Mariana's stupid.
Elias, to answer your question with the spell, nothing comes to mind. I'm a caster, but in sort of whimsical when I feel like it sense, not in the sort of hard study like Niall was. He would have been the person to ask, if anything.
I know, he was quite reliable for that. When he wakes up, we'll have to fill him in on things.
Look, let's go to bed. We can rotate our watches, and we'll leave first thing in the morning after Elias does his spell again.
Fair enough. I bid you all a good night. I'll meet you
Yes,
here in the morning.
Are you okay if I take a watch with Igvis?
It's fine by me.
Elias says like he could actually stand a chance against Igvis right now.
I just don't want to take the first one. I'm a little tired. I'm just gonna go to bed now.
Indeed, get some rest.
Okay, so you're gonna take the first watch, Igvis. Is that what you said?
I'm taking not the first watch. I'll
Not
take the second
first
one.
watch. Second watch. So
Anarian will turn into a cat and sit on the table and take the first watch.
okay.
Elias is going to deliberately take the same watch as Igvis because he doesn't think Igvis can actually watch him. And he doesn't know what else is covered by the...
Horace will take the last watch.
Sounds good. Horse takes
I'll
the last
take
one.
whatever isn't covered, if anything.
Okay. And Elias, you said, I'm sorry, say what you were doing again. Which?
He's doing the watch partially because he doesn't know what else the Igvis is covered by the compulsion to do.
Okay, so it's Anarian on first, Elias and Igvis on second, Horus on third, and Mariana last. Right? Did I get that right?
Mariana and Horace would be switched.
Okay,
'cause
Mariana third, Horus last.
You're awfully confident that it is, in fact, compulsion.
Metagame it tracks. In-game, Elias is convinced he's under some kind of compulsion or obsessive spell. Remember, Elias also uses enchantment magic as well as his illusions. So, I like to think that he's not fully aware of it, but he has a vague idea of what it can do. So like, he couldn't tell the spell, but I think he recognizes this is something that could be done. And he's not sure it's compulsion, which is why he's so nervous.
Okay. So first watch Anarian, give me a perception check. Okay. Your watch goes fine. Elias and Igvis get up for their watch. Go ahead and give me perception checks, both of you.
Natural 1 again.
Also a natural 1. That's impressive.
As far as we know, nothing happened.
Yeah, that is a very, very good perception right there. Okay.
I don't like it when the DM says it's a good perception.
We both got nat 1s.
Yeah, that's impressive. Manny, I sent you something. Take this.
Because yeah, I know whatever this thing is, it's whatever's on Igvis, it's stronger than third
So,
level, or it
You
immediately do that.
you guys are on watch and you don't notice anything. Elias, my dear Elias.
Yes.
I need you to make me a Constitution saving throw.
Oh no, that's one of my bad saves. Unless an 11 saves, I'm in trouble.
Okay. While you are on watch, you are sitting there with Ignis. You're having a conversation. You're eyeing him up closely, and you feel this this bite on your leg, and it's this sharp pain.
Okay.
And you take 11 points of poison damage.
Why is it literally always during my watches that something happens?
The nat 1 would happen to explain that one at least a little bit.
This time.
No, 2 nat 1s. 2 nat 1s.
You take 11 points of poison damage, and as soon as that pain is there, it's gone.
Does Elias feel woozy at all, or just took a bunch of damage?
You are feeling a bit fatigued at the moment, but besides the damage, no mechanical effects are on you at the moment. But
Okay.
you do feel a bit fatigued and a little out of sorts, I would say.
Elias is going to yell, like, as loud as he can.
Okay. Elias yells, and everybody else wakes up.
Gee, why are you yelling, dude? I'm sitting right here.
Dude, do you not see didn't he just get bit by something?
Ignis didn't get bit.
Yeah, I didn't feel anything. I don't know
No.
what you're
Didn't is the creature that bit Elias not visible?
Yeah, no, you don't see it anywhere. You don't see anything on you. You felt a sharp pain on your leg, like you were bit by
Alright.
something.
Elias
And-
is going to try to take a dedicated moment to perceive what's happening now.
Okay, go ahead and roll me perception. Or investigation, your choice.
If you get a nat 1 again.
I got a 5 for a total of 9.
It's better. It's an improvement.
Yeah, you perceive a room filled with people in it that just woke up after you screamed.
As Anarian gets over, something, I felt a sharp pain. There's some form of poison. We need to be on alert. I can't tell what it was.
Did you get bitten by a fiend spider?
I'm not sure. He did use his last detect. I only have a couple spells left. Should I try to detect and see if there's a fiend near us?
Let's take a look at the bite first.
Alright. He's gonna show them the wound.
I'll immediately, like, as soon as he shows it to me, I'll conjure up some key and I'll do a hand of healing.
Okay. Sounds good. Alright, and Anarian
okay.
uses healing word there for 5. You can re-roll that 1 Anarian, actually. Because you rolled a 1.
Well, let's let Mariana take a look at what it is before we heal it.
I guess I'll also inspect.
Anarian healed it instantly.
Well, is the rule in place in 5e of you can resist a heal with a will save? If as Elias will try to resist healing before there's the chance to investigate it.
Yeah, I mean, you could just tell them not to heal you.
Yeah.
Well.
Because he wants it to be
But Mariana, you kind of look at where Elias said that he got bit, where his leg hurts, and you notice that there does seem to be what looks like a bite, maybe from a spider. Kind of looks like a spider bite, and the wound does seem to be a little infected. You're pretty confident that Elias was poisoned. And that he might even still be under the effects of such a poison. You're not sure what the poison is, but there's definitely something there. A poisonous spider bit him.
I may not have actually been far off. It was definitely a spider, definitely poison.
Alright, should I attempt to detect this thing? I've only got a little magic left in me today.
Yeah, the one who wanted to stay up on watch.
Hey, better me than some of the other. Better me than anyone else, right? So, I want to make sure we're all okay. If I use the spell, I'm not going to be much use to you guys. Are you okay with that?
Well, do you feel like it's still in the room? If so, then do it.
I have plenty of magic. I can do whatever we need.
All right, I'll be stuck on parlor tricks after this.
You were about to say cantrips.
The last spell slot of the day, we're casting Detect Evil and Good.
Okay, you detect evil and good, and you do not detect anything.
Anything.
You don't detect anything No aberration, celestial, elemental, fey, or fiend, or undead within 30 feet of you.
So
Alright,
either it
we-
left immediately, or you just got bitten by a spider.
That'd be good to heal you now.
Yeah. I suggest we stay on watch for a couple minutes. What are the rules on repeat perception checks? Because I presume I'm not allowed to just like spam it.
Yeah, no, you've already used kind of your perception for this bit right now.
Encounter.
Yeah, your ability to notice what you need to notice.
Anarian has a passive of 17. Does that let him know anything?
Yeah, I would say Anarian, one thing you do notice as all this is going on, is the window over there by where Elias and Igvis is, does seem to be cracked open a little bit. It's very slightly.
Guys, this window's open. A spider could have come through here.
I like the breeze. What can I say?
Let's.
Are we
shut it
done
for
with
now.
the interruptions? I'd quite like to get back to bed.
Are you here, Horace?
Anarian, I can't see very well right now. I'm gonna say his head cloudy from the poison, just in game. Could you take a look and see if you can find this thing? He's gonna shut the window. Igvis, did you open the window?
It's been open since we got up. The breeze is nice.
Yeah, let's shut it though, okay?
And Aaron, to answer your question, presumably I stayed at the tavern with you guys.
Also, Elias, you healed for a total of like 15 from me and Anarian.
Oh, that's everything you took. Elias is back at full health.
All right. You are back
Probably still-
at full health.
Wait a bit to see how the poison feels, because he's probably under some form of effect.
You are feeling still fatigued by the poison. I mean, the wound itself seems to have been healed over a bit, but you are still feeling fatigued.
All right. So, can you guys take one last look to make sure there's nothing out for
Would you
us here?
say that
and
we
then-
have taken a short rest? Not that I need to heal, but that I would have my wild shape back.
Yes. I would say
And
that
it-
you could apply a short rest if you needed to, and any abilities that would have refreshed.
Anarian's gonna turn into a spider, a wolf spider, a giant one, so kind of a big one.
Okay.
And he's going to look around for some webs. Climb up on that windowsill and see if he can find a web.
Okay. You're going into a giant wolf spider. So a medium spider, a big spider. And you're getting up on the windowsill and you're looking for webs.
Any webs anywhere.
Yeah, I mean, there are webs. But, I mean, normal cobwebs you would probably see in, like, the corners of the room.
None like going down the back or, up around
Nothing
on the window.
that would seem, I guess, unusual or out of place for, cobwebs in an area that maybe hasn't been used as often. Up in the corners, right? Nothing that's like out in the open, like something just made this. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
And you all see an
Okay.
Aryan just turn into a giant spider. Like the size of a dog.
I don't know if I'll ever get used to that, but here we are.
He touches Igvis with one of his legs and asks him to open the window.
Can you speak in wild
Nope.
shape? Yeah.
He's just touching him and then trying to mimic open the window.
I guess if you're just crawling on the window, I'm like, I guess he wants to go out. I'll push it open.
Okay.
and Arian will go out and climb around on the side of the building and see if he sees anything.
Okay. You do that. And you don't. It's darker now at night as you guys are starting to rest. There are some lamps on the street that, light the path. There may be a couple people out at night, but not very many. Every once in a while you see somebody walk by, but nothing that strikes you as out of the ordinary out there. And as you kind of walk around, there is like one person who comes around the corner and screams at the top of their lungs and then like runs back the way they came as they catch sight of you.
As they catch sight of us?
Anarian, the giant dog-like spider.
Ma'am?
And Arian holds up his hands trying to look like cute and flicks his pincers at them.
Yeah, and they scream and they run as they see a giant spider with their pincers up.
Wait, did they run before they saw an Arian or when they came over here?
No, I mean, you guys wouldn't have really seen them. Anarian's out there, and they were like coming around the corner down the street and saw Anarian, screamed, and ran away.
Well, something got their attention.
And Arian
You guys
comes
definitely
back
heard
into
the
room.
scream, though.
Everything good out there?
And Arian raises two of his arms and then clicks his pincers at Mariana.
That could mean anything. But thanks?
Whatever bit you seems to be gone. Let's close the window and finish our rest. I feel like the longer we wait, the more this kind of thing will happen.
I suspect you're Mariana, what do you think? Oh, I'm gonna insight on Igvis to see like if he actually believes what he's saying.
He actually believes what he's saying.
Yeah. So like if I'm looking for signs of the compulsion of whatever compulsive spell is on him right now.
Yeah, I believe we've been attacked multiple times at night by these people, and I want to get it over with.
Alright, so as far as Elias can tell, you genuinely believe this attack is over.
Maybe not that the attack is over, but that I want to just, as I said, cut the head off the snake. Like, I'm done with these people hunting us, because it's been multiple nights at this point.
Well, somebody should stay awake and watch Elias.
I was
Just in
already
case.
awake, you guys go to
Yeah.
bed.
Indeed, that should work.
Okay, so going back to bed, is that what I hear?
Yeah. I guess Elias is going to keep an eye open.
Finishing the watches, I suppose, and make sure all exits and entrances are closed at this point.
Okay. So you do that. You guys eventually get through your watch, and you go to bed as Mariana gets up to take her watch. Mariana goes through her watch, wakes up Horace, who takes his watch. And you get through all of the watches as you wake up in the early morning. Elias, give me a Constitution saving throw as we all
Alright.
wake up.
Again, Elias sucks at these. There's 13 save.
Yeah, you were feeling a bit fatigued, But as you get some rest, overnight you start to sweat a little bit. You're just kind of unusually hot and bothered as you're sleeping. But you wake up and make it through the night. And you feel a little bit better as you get up and get your bearings in the morning. And, but it was a rough night for you.
Yes. So, did you manage to recover spells, though?
Yes. You get the benefits of a long rest. Everybody gets the benefits of a long rest. Yeah. And you wake up, and it is morning. Tell me what you want to do.
Narian prepared a couple of different spells. Do I need to tell you that, or?
No, just prepare what you would prepare on your sheet.
Okay. He's also going to cast protection against poison on Elias.
The stream as well wanted to point out that they would feel hot and bothered next to an elf all night as well.
What?
I mean, fair.
What? Huh?
Okay, so
we
now
have
that it's the morning.
Narian is the hot one.
Yeah, we're gonna have to start having like popularity polls.
Right.
Now that
Anarian gets
awake.
more screen time now.
Yeah, basically. But now that we're all awake, Elias, did you want to do your thing again?
Yes, if that's all right.
That's fine. Just do it. I'm tired.
Like normal tired?
Yeah?
Okay.
I don't know how else I would be tired, but I'll take it.
Okay, go
I
ahead
don't know,
and-
man. You've got a weird enchantment on you. I don't know what's going on.
I don't.
I put the spell slot down, and I'm taking it off my list of ability.
Just go ahead and roll me a d20 and add your spell, your wisdom modifier, Elias.
I don't know if there's a spell on me. You guys also assume so.
I can literally feel it.
Well, come on, do what you're gonna do.
Right, does a 22 dispel the magic?
I don't think it's possible for that not to dispel the magic.
Okay, you should be good now. As far as I'm aware, anyway.
Yeah, the 22 is good.
Give me a second.
I mean, unless we're literally going up against a god here, I think it'll work.
Again, who says it's magic? You don't know. I'm just kidding.
Plot twist, this is just how he feels.
Alright. My head hurts a little now, I suppose. I'm also moderately confused.
So, where do you think we should go?
Well, let's see. The options were the low lantern and the manor, yeah?
Yes. And?
Probably dismantling the support system for the manor is probably your best bet. Is that a low lantern?
Alright. I believe this worked.
Probably a lot fewer people to deal with there, too.
Welcome
It's gonna-
back.
It's
to
gonna
the
put
la-
I was gonna say it's gonna put the manor on a higher alert, but they'll have less support overall.
Like they aren't already.
Me. I'm sorry, I didn't
Welcome
mean to
back,
interrupt you,
Ophir.
Horace. What's going on?
I was just going to say welcome back. Seemed a little lost there.
I've been me the whole time. I don't know what you're talking about.
You were under compulsion, my friend.
Maybe.
Okay, he was under some form of powerful
We're,
enchanted magic
We're
that gave him a compulsive need. We'll call it a compulsion for now.
if Vati was gonna be there, we're late to that anyway. At this point, I don't know. That's fine. Let's just go deal with the low lantern.
I doubt Vati would have been there, honestly. Something's amiss.
Time to go murder a super high-ranking member of, Baldur's Gate. What could go wrong?
All right. So
I
you
love the instant assumption of murder. It'll be a fun day.
It's
so
always fun.
you just
Good.
want to go to the Low Lantern. Is that correct? Is that what the decision is?
I believe so.
Unless
Yeah.
anybody wants to go shopping, I think that's where we're going.
Yeah, I think we're good to go there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just quick question: how people feel on time? I can play later tonight, but it's up to you. If you guys want to keep going, or how late you want to go. We are at 12:30 right now, so 4 hours in. But
I think I'm 2 hours behind everybody, so I'm fine.
right, what about anybody else? Anybody else have a problem with going for another hour at least? Would people have a problem with that?
I'll
think an
probably
hour
want a
should be-
5-minute break, but yeah, I can go for another hour or so at least.
I'm fine with another hour.
Right, Anarian, how do you feel?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. So you want a quick 5-minute break, Elias? Is that what I heard? And then
Well, I just have to do that at some point in the next, 30 minutes.
okay.
I mean, we could probably take it now,
Why don't we
right?
just take it now? So go ahead. Let's just take a 5-minute break, and we'll come back, and then we'll head to the Low Lantern. See what happens.
Sounds good.
All right. I'll see you all in 5. All right, and we are back again. Baldur's Gate set into Avernus session 27 after our short break. Our group here, after some interesting events here overnight at the Majestic, has decided that they are going to go to the Low Lantern, where they hear Emmerich Vanthemper is holed up. So let's just get right to it. Why don't we? I am going to activate a map, and I am going to put you on that map. All right. So you guys travel here throughout the city and out the lower city down to the dock area. And when you get there, you come across what looks to be a large ship that you recognize as the Low Lantern. The main deck of this old ship features wooden steps that climbed the forecastle and the aft castle, and another set of stairs descends into the ship, it looks like. There's a padlocked grate in the center of the ship that you can see over there from over on shore. The 4 dead seagulls lie on the deck, and there are 2 ravens that squawk at you from the crow's nest up above, which is like 40 feet up the ship's rigging. So it's a pretty large ship here. But that is what you see as you come along here. And, there are people that kind of move about the street. But as you get to this part, there's less traffic here by the water.
Horace is just kind of like, get an elbow and kind of nudge Mariana, like, hey, you could always steal that.
I mean, it has stairs attached to it, right?
Can stairs not be unbuilt?
Besides, the smell of dead seagull doesn't come out easily. I could do better.
I mean, at the very least, the tavern, we can walk in without raising an immediate fight, I suspect.
Yes. A flaming fist, a pirate, a handsome young devil, and an elf, and then you walk into a tavern, and we're not supposed to be draw anyone's attention.
That sounded like the start to a really bad joke that I hope doesn't catch on.
I certainly hope it does. It'd be quite funny to see someone try.
Is the boat just rigged to the dock like normally?
Yeah, it is. It's
Uh-huh.
docked like you would expect a ship to be docked.
Okay.
Well, Mariana, you know the most about ships. Is there a second way in?
You feel
No,
like
I mean,
swimming?
as you kind of like look at the ship, when you get like up there to the middle area, you can kind of see through that padlocked grate in the center. It seems to be a skylight for the deck below. And in that deck below, as you kind of like look into the grate, you can see another set of stairs over there that seems to go down. And inside there are multiple tables and carpets down there. You can't really see too much else through the grates.
So, out of curiosity, is this a working boat, and how far is it from like the river or deep water?
You're on the docks of Baldur's Gate, so you could bring up the Baldur's Gate map. I think you should still have access to bring that up. If not, I can.
In other words, we can definitely take this ship if it was pilotable and leave, if need be.
Correct.
Yeah. Besides the fact it's docked, is there a reason it's not pilotable?
Well, you don't know. You don't know anything really about the ship itself, but you do know that. I mean, what you do know is that the Low Lantern is a ship that has been turned into a tavern. So that's the information you were given about it. Whether or not it could still be piloted, Mariana, you would suspect that. Actually, I'll message you, Mariana.
Yeah, because
I mean, I imagine all
Like
those
that.
tables and chairs down there, if we got on like the real seas, those are just going everywhere.
Bolt them to the floor. It's fine.
Well, what Elias is specifically thinking, and I'm going to sound like a psychopath here, what if we barricade the door, take the ship out to the middle of the harbor, sink the ship, we just take, say, you and I, two of our
And-
most destructive casters,
and
then
Elias.
use them as back.
Elias, pray tell, how is that normal when we're trying to enter a bar?
Okay, we're trying to enter a bar at first light.
Day drinking, starting early. That's more
So-
reasonable than taking the ship out into the ocean to sink it while we're on it.
Well, to be
My
fair,
biggest
Elias
issue-
is...
My biggest issue is the fact that not everybody in here is evil.
Yeah, that I'm thinking of too now. Elias would not want to sink a ship with not evil people on it.
I wouldn't want to sink a ship that works. You know how expensive that is?
I'll see you all downstairs.
Okay, you're in the Thieves Guild. Why are you worried about property damage?
Because do you know
This
how
property can be sold.
sold, used to get more property? I mean, come on, it's basic economics.
So I kind of imagine Elias is really bad with money.
Besides, even if we got it off of the docks, we're not really going to be telling it where to go. And she's just going to kind of point up to the fact that, like, there's no way to steer.
Ah.
As you go down the stairs there, Igvis, Horace, Elias, you see underneath there, it seems to be a burly man with black hair. He has this small mustache and is wielding a club. And he kind of looks at you and grunts. And he nods. And just watches
Morning.
you.
Morning there, sir.
God, you sound like a cop.
What a mysterious man.
Is everything all right, good sir?
It's clearly not. Come on, Elias. And like Horace is gonna grab your wrist and pull you along. Come on, into the bar.
Who are the patrons at this bar?
And why are they so good looking?
All of them.
So as you get into this busy tap room, it's the noisiest part of the ship, and it reeks of sweat, cheap ale, rotting timbers, and old vomit. You can see what look to be bouncers. Over here, a half-orc. And down here, you can see around these steps another man that has his arms crossed along the edges of the room. And the ship continues to kind of creak and moan and as with the warping of the wood and the loose floorboards. Standing here, there's a counter here. It looks like a bar, and behind the bar is a kenku, a bird-like creature that seems to be washing some glasses with a rag. Sitting at the bar is are what seem to be two patrons. The one right here is a purple tiefling. Looks like this. And she seems to be at the bar, and she actually seems rather drunk. So a bit tipsy. The other one over here is a red-headed human who looks like this. And the red-headed human has this small crab that crawls on her shoulder. And she actually talks to you. She says, "Well met! My name is Lorila Thundreth, but folks around here call me Captain. If you're thirsting for a beverage or looking to gamble, you've come to the right place, but watch your step. Things can get pretty messy around here."
Ah, I love a good game. What are you playing?
Oh, we love ourselves a good game of Baldur's Bones. If you're looking to gamble.
How about we play a game? Winner gets gold, loser drinks.
Winner gets gold and loser drinks. I like your attitude over here. I'm in. Are you in, Neroni? And she looks over at the tiefling, and the tiefling says, "Yes, well, of course I'm in. I'm always looking for a game."
What lovely folk.
Smells like home.
Well, we go get a table. And she leans over into you, Elias. And she gets her mouth really close to your face. And her eyes are really wide. She says, "So you want to go get a table over there?"
Yes, let's grab a table.
That sounds great. And she'll get up and she'll kind of stumble a little bit, and she trips over herself and she face plants on the floor. And she doesn't move.
Elias is going to try to make a reflex save to catch her as she's tripping.
Go ahead and make me go make me a dex save.
13.
All right. No, that's enough. It's not too hard for you to catch her, especially considering that you can see she's drunk clearly, and so you kind of anticipate it. So yeah, you're able to kind of catch her as she stumbles right before she face plants on the floor.
Elias is just going to like smoothly put her back on her feet and pretend like nothing happened.
All right. Well, thank you for that. You're kind of handsome, I gotta say. You, yeah, you're a good looking. You're good looking. Wow, I didn't notice that before.
Oh, get a room, you two.
Wait till he talks more. He'll drive you nuts.
And Mariana's just kind of watching and waiting to see her hand slip into his pocket and take his stuff.
Oh, Elias is also actively watching for that, just so you guys know.
All right. And she does say, when you say "go get a room," you two, he said, "Yeah, he's smart. There are rooms downstairs. Do you want to go like get one with me
After our game, of course.
after our game? That sounds like a good idea. Fun now and fun later. That's
Exactly.
right."
Actually, how about you join me down in a room right before your game? I'll give you a bit of good luck.
You want a room with me? Wow, I'm like a lucky lady, aren't I? Well, roll me a persuasion check, Horace. And Elias, you roll me a persuasion check. I want to pose persuasion
Well,
checks.
Elias? No, if Elias is... So, Horace is going to try to interrogate her before this.
Okay.
Elias, guys, please forgive me for what Elias is about to do. So Elias is going to look at her and imply, like, I think that's a wonderful idea. I fear one man isn't enough for a woman like you. And aid Horace's persuasion.
Okay. Go ahead and give me a persuasion at advantage, Horace.
Wait, who has a higher persuasion between the two of us? I have +5. You?
I have +4.
I'll say Horace will make the check though because he's the one who made the offer.
I'm sorry, guys.
So 14. So she says, "Oh, 2 at the same time?
No. You see, my friend is...
That sounds lovely."
He'll join us after he plays the game that he promised. Get a warm-up round while we warm up ourselves.
Ooh. Warm up? It's been a while since a man has said that to me. He'd warm me up. Normally, I just like to get right to it. I think I'm gonna like you.
I'm a bit of an old soul.
All right.
Presumably,
After
the rooms
you, down the stairs, I think they are. And she will go off with Oris.
How do you say the captain's name? Or should I just call her Captain? Probably easier.
Yeah, Lorialra.
Lorialra.
Yep.
Okay.
I mean, you can call her Captain if you want to, but Lorialra is her name. Can you see Horace?
Like, do I dark vision? No, but if it's dark down here, I'll just like.
No, you should be able to see.
I can't see.
Okay, that is a thing. Give me 2 seconds to see why that is.
And yeah, my apologies for that, guys. It's unfortunately what the character would do in that circumstance.
No apology needed.
You helped get Horace alone with a tiefling, apparently.
Yeah, that was the goal. I wanted to pull her aside while giving Horace the possibility of backup if he wanted it. Which is a much better way of exploiting it than what Elias would have done alone. He would have just, prayed she passed out from drinking.
Can you move, Horace? You can move.
Kind of.
Kind of. Hey, go back down the stairs. Let me just see if this is a light issue.
Are we breaking more things?
We might have something that is broken. But
The entire file you lost was actually just the lighting.
you're right. The lighting is on the map. Let's see. Figure.
I'm tempted just to walk down there because I have dark vision just to see if I can see anything.
I mean, go ahead down the stairs. Actually, that might be helpful.
I can see all the things.
You can see all the things.
Yeah, there's no shadows except for the thing in the center for me.
All right.
All of it is shadows for me.
Yeah. Why is the light not giving you vision is the question. But I guess for now, I'm going to give your character on here dark vision because that seems to fix it for Igvis. Can you see now with that?
That is a big old no.
Weird.
I'm gonna
Oh,
refresh.
wait. No, wait. I got
waiting.
this. I
Wait,
got this.
I believe in you.
You got this. Can you see?
There we go. There we go.
I'm gonna just put a light on you. When I put a light on you, it's fine, but I have a light on the map that is not lighting things up. Unless...
Oh, there's more tavern goers down here. Presumably the bedrooms are further down.
Okay, here, Ray, stop moving for 2 seconds. We'll do that. Now you can't see, right?
That is correct.
Okay, that is really weird. I have lights on the map, and it's just not working. You know, why don't I try this? I think I can make the whole thing. Lighting... Okay, I don't know. It was working when I gave you light, so we'll just stick with that. I'll give you a 120-foot light.
All right then.
All right. So she says, all right after you. I follow you. And as you get down there into this room, just to kind of describe what you see down there, this lower deck is also turned into a makeshift tavern, more of like a lounge area. And it's lit by oil lanterns hanging from 8-foot high ceiling by 1-foot long chains. It's windowless, this deck, but it contains a bar, couches, coffee tables, and other tables where patrons can socialize and gamble. You see 3 more bouncers here, and here that seem to hug the walls and just kind of nod with crossed arms. And there seems to be a patron at this bar and another Kenku bartender, it looks like. And that's what you see on.
I'm just going to continue to lead the tiefling down to the stairs to the rooms.
All right, and she calls out to the other people and says, "We're gonna have a really good time down here. You know, I don't know. We're already doing 2 people at the same time, so I could probably take a third.
Come along. Come along. It's our warm up."
And as she says, "I could probably take a third," you see the eyebrows of the guy by the bar, raise a little bit.
Don't worry. Little tipsy. I'll handle it.
And he just
Um,
kind of shrugs and goes back to what he's doing. So I think there's a room. There are rooms right here. I mean, I don't know what you want. These are kind of a little small. I think the ones down here on these like beds. You know, they're like really small beds. You're not really supposed to be down here. At least that's what Amric says, that I'm not supposed to come down here. But you know, I think that we'll be fine using it since he's not here right now. You know, so like
why don't we go into this very back room?
the
Bigger
back
bed.
This one back here. You're right. It is kind of a bigger bed back here. I think this is the guest cabin though. You're supposed to pay for it. You should probably tell Loryle, you know, and give her the money and stuff for it. You'll have to cover
we'll
it
give it-
though. You know, if I'm doing, you know, if I'm doing the putting out here, you know, you gotta at least pay for it because
We'll handle that.
I'm a
after.
little low on, you know, my
Totally
gold
fine.
right now. I'm, you know,
Totally fine.
all right.
Well, we'll handle the accounts. And then Horace is going to take the chair that's near the desk and put it against the door to prevent it from being opened.
All right. Hey, you want a little privacy? All right, that sounds great. Okay. So how you want to do this? And she kind of like stumbles over and like plops on the bed, and she starts to take her boots off. Yeah, I don't know how you want to like do this. I'm sorry. Did I mention I'm a little tipsy, so you know I'm a little clumsy right now. But
I could tell. How about we start by getting to know each other a little bit?
well, all right. You know, I guess we can do. You want to get comfortable too?
Sure. And Horace will take off his boots. Here, it'll be a back and forth, kind of like the game upstairs. You give me one secret about yourself and about this place, and I will give you a secret about me.
All right. I guess we can do that. So do you know that Lorylra, she has a crab, and the crab's name is Crack. It's funny, and so you know, not a lot of people know the crab's name because you know she doesn't like say it a lot. You know, it just kind of hangs out there. But the name is Clack. Yeah, she met it. She was a retired adventurer. Did you know that? She was also a retired adventurer.
That's two secrets.
Oh,
my dear.
that's two. So I get you do two now, I guess.
Yeah, I do too.
All
Yes.
right. What is, you know, are you in a committed relationship? Do you have anybody else that? Yeah, I guess I should know. I don't need to know that. I guess not if we're doing this. You know, don't tell me if you do. Let me ask a different question because I didn't really like that question. That doesn't count. Don't count that.
Not counting it.
All right. Do you like, you know, do you like pizza?
You know, never really tried it.
Never really tried it? All right. You know, that's fine. That's a perfect answer, you know, because I don't like pizza. A lot of people like it, but I don't. You know, so as long as she didn't say, like, I like it, you know, then this might not work. You know what I mean? It might not work. But, you know, if you haven't tried it before, just don't do it. Don't do it. It's just, you know, it's messy. The sauce and stuff like that, it's just, you know, it just doesn't agree well with me and everything. You know, cheese is okay, but, you know, you can't do the sauce stuff. But, all right. What were we doing? What are we talking? Weren't we getting down to business? And she starts to take off her gloves that she's wearing as well.
Reiterate that, or not reiterate, iterate that every time that she takes off a piece of clothing, Horace will match that piece of clothing. He won't go further than what she's doing. It's kind of like a mirroring technique to kind of help.
Gotcha.
The interrogation, we'll call it.
All right.
So that was one secret, I suppose, about me. Do you have another question while we continue to get undressed?
Well, that's right. I have to do two because I told you two things. I want to know if okay, do you currently have you ever killed anybody?
Yes.
Ooh, you're you're like a bad man kind of.
I'm a doctor by trade, so in my line of work, sometimes you just mess up and people die.
Oh,
I'm not
okay.
like a cleric. I don't have the magic to be able to heal like they do.
Oh God. Okay. Okay. Yeah. I like. Sorry, I'm not really good at the whole like emotional support like type of thing. So like,
Oh, I don't
I
need
just,
it, my dear.
I would say it's not your fault, but like, I just worry about too many strings, being attached here, and like, I don't do well with like the emotional like stuff like that. So,
Oh, no, there is no commitment here, my dear.
okay,
This
okay.
is
As long as we're both on the same page, we're just having fun. Wasn't your friend gonna come down too?
he will, but we haven't even gotten started. You're not fully undressed, and neither am I.
Oh, all right. Okay, that's fine. You're right. We should get undressed more, and she'll take off her top and only have undergarments underneath at the moment.
Again, Horace will just match that.
Okay. So, are you wearing armor?
Yes, I am wearing scale mail.
Okay. You take off your scale mail then.
Yes.
Okay. What do you do with it?
I'm gonna place it on the chair.
Okay. You place it on the chair. All right. Okay. So, right. What are we doing? I don't know. You have to lead. I think you should like take charge. You talk a big game. You gotta do something with that. And then she like stops mid sentence and she just like stares at you in like a drunken haze.
Fair enough. Can I do an insight check real quick?
Yeah, go ahead. Roll insight. And what are you looking to insight?
Doesn't really matter. Because I got 2. I was trying to see if this is like an act, and if I'm going to get things stolen. Well, I mean, I don't have much on me, so I don't really matter. That doesn't really matter.
All right.
I mean, I have armor, but whatever. I guess at that point, I will commence with the sexual act.
Okay. So
She's so drunk.
so you go through with it, and we'll leave it
doesn't have
there
morals.
without too much description of that.
Fade to black.
You go through with it. Fades to black, fades back up as you are both lying in bed, or wherever you end up. And it takes you a good, we'll say, 1d 20 minutes.
Oh, hell no.
18 minutes. And he's down there. So while they're down there, let's just kind of pan the camera. Because you guys would have had about 18 minutes, a little longer because they were talking for a bit. So let's just say closer to a half an hour as you guys are kind of up here doing what you're doing. What are you guys doing up here?
So Elias is playing the drinking game he promised he would play. He's also had at least one drink, which, as we've established, Elias sucks with liquor, and his con save was a 5.
Okay. So you're feeling a little tipsy, Elias.
I just want to talk to the captain a little bit and just be
Hello.
like, hey,
Captain Elias is gonna put his arm on his elbow on her shoulder like he does to everyone. I am the Great Elias, and I'm a bard. What do you do?
Says, well, as I said, I'm the captain of this ship, the Ryle Thundreth, and I run this establishment. I own this establishment.
You run a fine establishment, ma'am. I like the crab. Can I pet the crab?
Well, I am glad to hear it. And as she says that, she kind of just scoots her crab over to the other shoulder. And she says, and you are a mighty fine patron, I might ask as well.
Gee.
So what can I do you for, Elias? Who are you? What are you all about? The great Elias. Tell me a little bit more about yourself.
Ooh.
Are you a resident of Baldur's Gate?
Should I make a save to see if Elias is drunk enough to censor himself as much as he normally does?
If you want. I wouldn't say you're compelled in any way, but if you want to do it for role-playing purposes, you know. You
Yeah, for roleplay, I'm going to make a fortitude.
Go ahead and make your save, and we'll see what happens. What about while he's making that save? A 1.
It is a natural.
Yeah,
it is a natural 1.
All right.
Well, you see, I'm actually from Elturel, but I am low-key kind of glad that city's gone. That place destroyed my faith in humanity. Like, it sucked, bro.
Wow, and what seemed to happen in Elturel to you, Elias? What has you down on your luck? I mean, the city's disappeared, obviously. I assume that is, weighing hard on you, but it sounds like you were having problems before that.
So, like, I left Elturel when I was 15 because they wanted me dead. And so, like, I convinced them I'm dead.
Hey, Ignis, you're right next to him, right?
Yeah, you guys are here listening to this.
You know? And from that day on, the Great Elias was born.
Who wanted you dead in Elturel, Elias?
Oh, the Office of Cult Intelligence at the Church of the Morning Lord.
Oh, interesting. And why would they want you dead? The Office of Intelligence. What did you do to earn their watchful eye?
It is a long story.
I do like stories.
We'll have to talk about it over a game.
I like your attitude. A game sounds great. Baldur's Bones?
Baldur's Bones.
And she will motion for you to come sit at a table. Down here in the south of the ship. What about Ignis, Anarian, Mariana? What do you want to be doing?
So Mariana immediately ordered a drink. I'd like to chat with the bartender if possible.
Okay. Sounds good. And what do you say?
So first I'll kind of just start with what do they have, like...
So the bartender goes, we have, Dragon's Breath. It's a popular drink in the city. And then we have, Baldur's Mouth.
I'll take the Baldur's Mouth.
Baldur's Mouth, then? And we'll grab you a drink and set it down. and then kind of like shakes its head, their head as their feathers kind of flutter a little bit.
How much?
Ah, there's gonna be 5 copper pieces.
And I'll slide 6 over.
Thank you very much.
So Mariana and Anari.
You get a
How's
lot of
she-
business this early?
No, not usually in the morning do we get a lot of drinkers. Except the tiefling.
Yeah, she seemed a little far gone.
Yep, every day she's here.
And what about the captain? Is she the proprietor?
Yes, she owns the place. She was a retired adventurer, you know.
Oh, really?
Yes, very powerful magic user. Settled down her life here as a businesswoman in Baldur's Gate.
I'm sure she has lots of stories to tell.
Lots.
Igvis, were you trying to say something?
More of a. How much of Elias's story do you think is actually true?
He's really drunk.
Seems to be quite the lightweight.
Yeah. Maybe we should stop him next time.
I kind of wanted to talk to the captain, but I feel like me doing so will raise some suspicions. Do we have a good reason to be here? And I'm trying to say this as hushed as possible, away from the bartender.
Okay.
I mean, I could always just be a homesick pirate.
Horace said we were here for day drinking, right?
So
I'm
maybe, Igvis, you ought to be doing some day drinking.
I'm not much of a drinker.
Of course you're not.
Have you seen me drink a single time since you've been with me?
Sorry,
should
what was
be-
that?
Have you seen me drink a single time since you've been with me?
I'm not in your business.
I don't think we can not see you drinking, to be fair, but that's besides the point.
You smell this place, right? This is not abnormal. How do you think we deal with it? Besides, everything's too solid out there. Gotta get my legs a little wobbly. Reminds me of the seas.
I think I'm gonna check out the rest of the place just to see what else is here.
And Arian, why don't you go sit at the table with Elias?
Okay.
Just keep
It
an eye
looks
on
like he's
things.
trying to pet a crab. Maybe we should stop that. He could get pinched.
The crab will... Well, it'll decide what it wants. I'll head on with Igvis.
Hi guys. Elias, you okay? Crabs don't like to be touched.
Does the crab not want to be touched? He's a good crab.
Yeah, and you try to touch the crab, and the crab kind of like skitters down her back and out the other way, and she says, "You know, he's not much for touching, Elias, but why don't we play our little game?"
Indeed.
And are you
Baldur's
joining in
Gate.
as well, Anarian, and on this game?
I don't think I know the rules.
Oh, well, it's quite simple. We just use some dice, and she pulls out a set of 3 dice, and she says, "You roll the dice," and you continue rolling uh, until you hit 21. The person you can keep rolling as long as you want, and if you go over 21, you bust, you lose. You can at any time decide to stop rolling, and then we go to the next person. And whoever is closest to 21 without going over as we get around the table wins the pot.
Sounds fun.
I guess I could give it a try.
So, what would you do before you were the proprietor of this fine establishment?
Oh, before I was with I owned the Low Lantern here. I was an adventurer over in Cholt. Many adventurers in Cholt, and you know, me and my trusty companion here, and yeah, we've had a good time, a good run at it, and part of the Horizon Fellowship, and I just decided I wanted to settle down here in Baldur's Gate. I was tired of life on the road. I have my stories, my tragedies, my triumphs, and it was about time to settle down and start a business, as I've always wanted.
Indeed, we must hear about some of them over this fine game.
Yeah. I think we collected a lot of souls from Cholt. Did you see any dinosaurs?
Oh, of course I did. Very large dinosaurs, dinosaurs that swim, dinosaurs that fly. Large reptilian creatures they are. Hard to kill too. I've killed quite a few actually in my time there, but yes, I have seen them. So. But enough of reminiscing. Here that there are plenty of stories, and I'm happy to share. But let's play a game. Shall we? Let's ante up. How about 10 gold pieces, let's say?
And gold pieces for the first ante, that sounds fine.
All right, perfect. And we'll start with you, Anarian, if you want to go ahead, roll 3 of the dice.
Which is it? D6s or?
Yes, roll 3d6. All right, 11. All right, 11. A fine roll. Would you like to roll another dice again or stay with 11?
I'll roll again.
All right, go ahead and roll another die. 17. Would you like to keep that or roll again?
I think I'll stay.
All right, staying at 17. Perfect. Elias, you're up next. If you could roll 3 of those dice to start, that would be great.
Indeed, we gotta roll the.
12, a mighty fine roll, better than the original 11. Would you like to stay or would you like to roll? Three, you're at 15. Are you going to stay or are you going to roll? Two, that puts you at 17. 17, my dear Elias. What is your choice, stay or roll? Ooh, a 623. Unfortunately, you are going to bust, Elias. You are out. You played a mighty game, though. We'll definitely have to go another round after this. But I am up an Arian. 17 is the number to beat, it seems. And she will roll 3 dice. I think that I'm going to roll again. Ooh, 13. I might as well keep going. Oh, a 17. Let's see. 17. I think I'll take my chances. Otherwise, we're just going to split the pot and take Elias's money.
Oh, Elias is going to watch her closely.
Okay.
That would be fun.
Ooh, a 3, a 20. I think I will stay at the 20, and I will go ahead and take all of that. And you make your perception, Elias. 11. Yeah, looks like she rolled the dice. And it seems like it's a fair game. And she goes, I'll take all that. And she takes the gold, and she says, another round?
Of course, perhaps a smaller hand this time, just to prolong the game, as one says. 5 gold, Auntie?
5 gold. Why don't we stick with 10? 10 seems like a good amount.
Very well.
All right, 10 it is. And Arian, are you in as well?
I think I might go get a drink. I'll be right back.
All right. We'll do you in next, and she'll play again with you, Elias. For the purposes of this, roll. Let's just roll 4d6, and whoever gets highest on the 4d6, without going over 21, will.
Okay,
will
so
win.
not fully playing the game.
Yeah. So if you get over 21 on this 4d6 roll, you had busted. So this would be her roll. 18 is where she leaves. 15. So she would win the next 10. And she'll take your 10 gold and hers, and she'll pocket it. And she would continue to offer to play the game, and we don't have to go through the whole thing if you want to keep playing with her. But... What about everybody else? It seems like we have some stuff going on down below. Let's just go back to Igvis and Mariana. So Horace ends up coming back up the stairs. There was some chat there in game if you were following. And anybody watching this on YouTube later, you can always rewind and go check out that chat again to get caught up. But Horace is actually down here with Mariana and Igvis talking. If you guys want to role play on screen, you can do that a little bit.
Man, she was drunk. I was hoping to get more out of her in that state, but what can you do?
You didn't actually follow through with anything, right?
Got close, but then I knocked her out and tied her to the bed.
So you just assaulted a drunk woman. Alright. I guess that's... I don't even know.
You're a cop who... I don't need to discuss your previous party members.
I can't take responsibility for them.
You're correct, and you can't take responsibility for me, so just let it slide. We got the info we needed, and we got some info, I should say. And we didn't have to do anything drastic, so take your win when you can get it.
Mariana, is there any magic on this letter in particular? Don't want a repeat incident.
I mean, it's already been opened, right?
It was open before I even attained it.
I didn't know. Okay. And can we read it? Like, what does it say?
It just says here. It says your services as a courier are no longer needed in their current capacity. Stay at the LL. I'll contact you if needed. -A.
Well, that doesn't give us much.
So it sounds like we, as much as I'd want to cut off support, sounds like we have to go to the manor regardless then.
There are other people here.
Could A be Amric of the House Van Thamper? Because that is a name we have.
I mean, yeah, that's the implied.
That's the implication, is that it's Amric.
Tell you what, I'm gonna go bother that captain upstairs, see if I can't get anything out of her.
That's
They're currently
probably
playing.
best. Elias was wasted.
They're
What?
currently playing games. You can probably just join in.
Aye. Elias doesn't seem like the kind of sort that drinks. Who let him do that?
I'm not his caretaker.
He's an adult.
Elias is losing a lot of money up there.
I gotta go stop this. Elias, buddy, friend, what have I told you about gambling so much without me here?
Fair point, my friend. This man is fantastic, Captain. Truly a great man.
Shut up before you give anything away. It's no fun if everyone knows everything.
Fair point. Fair point.
Now, Captain, let's play a game, but instead of money, let's trade some secrets. Seem fair?
Well, that depends. What kind of secrets exactly are you looking to trade?
Well, there's some of the arcane, there's some of the more under-the-table business, maybe some routes for some particular things. Can't obviously tell you because they're secrets, but they're worth some value in this city.
Well, it depends on what you want to know. I might be willing to trade information if the information you offer is of worth as well. You must make me an offer as well. Something that piques my interest. So far, what you've said is just, nothing specific to it, really, that piques my interest at the moment. You're going to have to be a little more specific than that.
I'll be plain then. I'm looking for someone that goes by the name of Amric that visits here on occasion. And I have reason to believe that the girl that so lovely took me downstairs.
Yes, Neroni.
Works. Yeah, Neroni is her name. I didn't know the name of your crab was Crack, by the way.
And she smiles a little bit.
Yes, I have it on good authority that she has worked for this Amric in the past, and that for some reason that person might want to keep her here. I figures the best person to ask about these circumstances is someone who is presumably mostly always here.
Well, Elias is going to inside her responses.
Okay, and she'll say, and what do you offer in return?
What if I can tell you who was behind the assassination of the Duke? Is that sufficient enough?
She thinks for a moment. She says, you know who killed the Duke?
I do.
Do you have proof?
I do.
Proof that you can share?
Hey, now. We can't be sharing this types of
we
things.
have a game to play first. But I do have proof I could share.
Thinks for a second. And she says, all right. You first, then me.
Huh, very clever.
By Elias's
How about...
insight,
Oh, go ahead, El.
Elias incited her to see if she seems to be lying about this kind of stuff at 23.
Yeah, just to see if she's lying about what specifically.
Like if she actually intends to tell us.
And roll your insight with disadvantage because you're drunk.
It's fair. He's very drunk.
Yeah, I was just picturing you just squinting at her really obviously.
Natural 1. So
Yeah,
8.
that's fair. There's the drunk coming out. Yeah, I mean, she seems honest, Elias. Seems like she genuinely wants to talk, trade info.
I thought
She
this
seems
was
like
supposed
the
to be a
most
game.
genuine.
Hold on. I understand. Here. We'll compromise. No one likes it, but we'll make do. We'll both write on a piece of paper our proof and all sorts of things for these things and exchange them at the exact same time.
Roll,
Does that sound...
roll me a persuasion.
Flat 10.
Loading.
Pulling up stat block.
What?
I mean, what's a stat block?
What? Yeah, what is that?
You're just winging it. Okay, I wasn't going to beat that anyway.
Because I don't think so. Look, I'm not the one looking for information. You came to me, you want to make a deal, you're going to have to present your side first, and then I will present mine. I am a woman of my word, and if that's not good enough for you, fair enough, but then, we don't play this game.
Okay, then I will pull out the letter, specifically the one from level 3 handouts, the one called Vaz Correspondence. And I'll put it on the table.
Okay.
Oh, so Or's going to look at the table and be like, "Oh shit. I thought you were going to bluff."
It says, so she says, she looks around, and she reads it, and then she passes it back to you, and says, so, this Vaz character, she lowers her voice. This is who is responsible for the Duke's death?
He was the one contracted, and he's a member of the Cult of the Dead 3. Founded in a hideaway in the middle of the city.
Interesting. And where is this hideaway that you found this in?
That wasn't part of the deal. The deal was telling you who did it.
All right. Fair enough. Ask your question. What exactly do you want to know about Emmerich?
Take it away, Horace.
All right. What was he having our friend
And
downstairs?
before you ask your question, you gave me one question about this situation, who did it. I shall give you the same courtesy. So ask me a question and be smart about it.
What is Amric moving? What packages is Amric attempting to move throughout the city, upper, lower, whatever?
I'm not aware of any packages that he's moving. I do know he runs a money lending business. And I do know that he employs a set of couriers that, yes, Neroni is one. He has multiple. And I do know that They seem to be moving something throughout the city, though I do not know what, unfortunately.
Elias is going to also insight that specifically, though she does not know what.
Sure, and anybody can make an insight, if you would like.
I'm presuming still at disadvantage.
I just want to believe her, man.
You're right. And Elias, yeah, yours is at disadvantage.
Yeah, I
just
think
16. All right. Yeah, Igvis, Horus, you guys absolutely believe that she's telling you the truth. In fact, all of you do. You don't really believe she knows. She seems like she's pretty forthcoming. You gave her information. She answered your question to the best of her ability and as directly as possible.
Fair enough. I don't suppose we have any more other information that I'm unaware of or have to lie about to get more information, Igvis?
I do have one other thing. She asked a follow-up question in regards to the location of where I found this.
Ah, yes. Good.
Why don't you start this time? Like, I'll ask our question and then we'll answer yours in kind.
Make me a persuasion check.
Can he get assistance from me?
I'll let him just make his persuasion check.
I would rather not.
Igvis said,
Yeah, let's go with a 4.
Listen, if you're playing a character and you're gonna speak and do the speaking, you're gonna have to make speaking checks sometimes, you know? A 4. Well,
I'm gonna take an ASI just for charisma, so it's not a negative.
A nat 1 on her check would beat your persuasion. So she'll say, I think that our current deal is a fair deal.
Fair enough, I suppose. So, the Cult of the Dead 3, which Vaz was a member of this organization, had a couple of strongholds throughout the city that were recently raided. The one where this one was found was underneath a bathhouse by the name of the Frolicking Nymph.
Frolicking Nymph. Yes, I'm aware of that area, actually, the Frolicking Nymph.
There were
Really?
reports of people entering the bathhouse and then never leaving, or leaving at very late times, even though they were never seen in the house after that point. There was a secret entrance to an underground area.
Very interesting. Underneath the bathhouse was a secret Dead 3 cultist area. All right, ask your question.
okay. How often does... No. When does America come here?
Well,
When does he visit?
Emmerich is usually here during the day. In fact, he would usually be here right now. He left yesterday, a little earlier than he normally does. He's normally here all day, and then he leaves closer to when the sun sets. But he left around high noon yesterday, and he hasn't been back since, which is unusual that he's not here early in the morning as he usually is. He has a sleepy-eyed bald man that he keeps with him for protection, and he normally takes up residence down one floor on the back couches. And that's where he runs his money lending business. And when people come in and they need a little extra coin, I send them to Emmerich, and in return, he provides funds for all of the wine here and in this establishment.
Follow-up question. You said that he left. Did he happen to mention where he was leaving to?
Well, I have a follow-up question for you as well. You said that that Vaz is responsible, working on behalf of someone else. Do you know who this other person is? And if so, who is responsible ultimately for the death of Duke Porter?
I feel like the weight of that information is not equivalent to what we're asking. So I will have to deny that particular one. And in that case, I believe my business is done.
Fair enough. Fair enough. It was a fun game, though. I always do like the trading of information.
I hate it because I have to give something to people. It's not my favorite. But to each their own.
What if I were to tell you where the other Dead 3 location was? You might be interested to know that it's, relatively close to here.
He thinks for a moment. Roll me a persuasion with advantages.
Igvis.
I'm trying.
I know you're trying. It's just funny that you're doing
Natural
it.
20.
There you
Thank
go.
God.
And now she'll roll hers. It's as best as you could do, though. All right. So she says, fair enough. We can do it that way. Go ahead. Give me the location of the other locale. All known locales. And I will give you the next piece of information you ask.
Inner city or outer city or both?
Both.
Just figured I'd try and be fair here.
God, you don't know how to play games. Never play fair. Jesus.
Let's see. So the other location in the city is a tannery that's in a boat pretty similar to this one that you've probably heard of, called the Poisoned Poseidon.
All right. Yes, I am familiar with the Poisoned Poseidon. And
Yeah,
Lower Brenton.
There was another stronghold of cultists there. And lastly, the last location that I'm at least aware of, it was in the outer city, was I forget what it's called, but just the butchery.
Hamhock Slaughterhouse.
Had the ham hock slaughterhouse.
Ham hock slaughter. I'm not familiar with the ham hock.
They were one of the only purveyors of the Ankh egg meat. Ankh egg meat that gets
we
into the
don't
city?
provide Ankh egg meat here, so I wouldn't have had any dealings with them. But I see. All right, the Hamhock Slaughterhouse.
Yeah, there was a string of murders that occurred recently where people were basically tortured in this acid from these Ankh eggs, and it seemed to have stemmed from there.
Interesting. Well, I appreciate the information. Go ahead, ask. What was your third question again?
Did when Amric leave, did he happen to mention where he was going to, when he might be back?
He just said that he had some business to take care of at his mother's house. He did not give me a return time. I didn't think to ask because he's normally here every day.
I understood. Well, I feel like that was a fair enough trade. I think I'm good, and I will be more than happy to return here at a later date. Maybe with some more information and more juicy details once I learn them.
Sounds great. That was a fun game. How about a game of Baldur's Bones?
You're not taking my money. You already took my information.
All right, fair enough, fair enough. I had to ask.
Hey, Mariana, get up here. I think we're good to go.
Well, I was kind of waiting to do because I wanted to chat with this guy.
And now we're rewinding to your conversation.
All right, so we'll go over to Mariana. So, who did you want to chat to specifically down there?
Not the bartender.
Not
The
the
other one.
bartender, the guy sitting at the bar.
Mm-hmm.
This guy right here.
Yeah.
Okay. And what do you say as you approach him?
Well,
He is
I-
a tall man, bald man, and he seems to have a little bit of a lazy eye there, as he sits at the bar, talking to the Kenku bartender.
so I'll just sit and wait for a moment for them to finish their conversation and listen, while I wait for the bartender to come over so I can order another drink.
Okay. So he doesn't have much of a conversation with the bartender, except to say another drink.
Okay.
But otherwise, he kind of sits in quiet contemplation, and he looks over at you as you sit down and say nothing as well, and he just kind of nods at you and then looks back at his drink.
So I'll get another Baldur's Mouth. I'll pay the bartender. Certainly quieter down here. I see you like it that way.
Yes, I do.
Sorry, I have to overcome my own social shortcomings to try and actually play a charismatic character.
You got this, bees.
We
Yeah.
have faith.
Are you a regular here?
I'm here often, yes.
It's certainly unique. I definitely appreciate.
And he,
Yeah.
you can see as you say that, he kind of just rolls his eyes a little bit. And then he looks at you and he says, "No offense, love, but I'm not really looking for conversation. And I don't necessarily need what," and he kind of eyes you all the way up and down, "what you're offering."
I don't think I've offered anything.
And he looks back to his drink.
Yeah, my brain's not going to work enough for me to be able to deal with a conversation like this, so I'm just going to head upstairs.
Okay. All right. So you take your leave and you head back upstairs. And you get back to the group.
I think we found what we were aiming for, at least here. Though moving to the next stage is probably not in our best interest. Storming the stronghold?
I suppose that might be our best case scenario now.
Excuse me, barkeep. May I play my lute?
You need a nap.
I'm just gonna take your loot from you and walk away with it.
But if I don't have my lute, am I still the Great Elias?
I think that's a question
You're always
for
the
you.
great
buddy.
Elias.
The question is, are you the Great Elias because you have that loot, or are you if you have that loot, does that make you the Great Elias? Think on that, my friend.
Right.
If you're only the Great Elias with the loot, does that make the loot the Great Elias? Think about that while you're drunk.
An Aryan wild shapes into a barnacle bass, which is a crab, and jumps up on Eliza's head and plays the castanets.
Elias heroes.
And as they get out onto the top deck, Mariana's going to ask Igbis to get her up to speed on what they found.
And I'll just catch her up rather than literally doing the whole explanation.
Okay, sounds good.
Interestingly enough, I met a bald man with sleepy eyes.
Did you know? Was he with anybody?
No, he was the one down at the bar. Not exactly the talkative sort.
I'm assuming this bodyguard of his that we heard about wouldn't have left his side that easily. Must be a different one.
Or his family doesn't like to have them around. I mean, we knew about the meeting, so it's no surprise that America wasn't here.
But the meeting was supposed to be last night, and we thought he was supposed to be here now, and nonsense. Timeline different nonsense, mostly.
Should we call it here before we move on? It's been another hour.
So,
Yeah, we
What
can.
if-
I was just letting the kind of role play wrap up here because it sounds like you guys were about to leave. But...
3 more hours of raiding the manor.
So, what if? Whoa, guys! There's more than one way to skin a cat, and just because he's absent doesn't mean we can't bring down a raid.
Elias, I think you better rest whatever you got going on off.
I do not know how to hold my liquor, and you guys should not let me drink again.
You're
Or
an
you
adult.
could be an adult and not drink when you know you can't handle it.
This has been 0 for 2 on my times of drinking. It is a bad plan. Anyway, once we are more sober, there are moves we can make, and tricks in my arsenal. In particular, he can mysteriously come back, and we can get the bodyguard somewhere more private to get more information.
Maybe, but it's probably best if we head the way towards wherever he's at, rather than do more interrogation that's just going to lead us to the same place.
Indeed. Alright.
The path forward just seems clear at this point. And as much as we didn't want to do it because of compulsion and traps and everything else involved, I don't think there's much choice beyond that now.
At least we explored our options, I guess.
Y'all realize y'all left a girl tied up to a bed down in the basement?
That was of her own volition.
And I
And we
think
meant-
that line right there, that was of her own volition, is a great place to end the session.
And so it's such a bad place to end the session. I don't know what you're talking about.
And fade to black.
Fade to black. No, I think we're good to end here. That was good role playing. Loved it. It's 2 a.m. though, so I think it's a good time to end, and you can decide at the beginning of the next session exactly where you want to go, and I don't know if you want to do anything with this girl who's tied down in the basement of the boat or not, or just leave her there. You'll
She's
have
fine.
a whole week to contemplate that decision. Anyway, say goodbye to the stream for me.
Bye.
Bye, Steve.
Bye.